Hello, and welcome to The Fool and the Philosopher.
The Philosopher and The Fool.
You hear the news from NVIDIA recently?
No.
NVIDIA had a conference yesterday, 2 days ago, and they showed off a bunch of their new chips and stuff. And so they have this one new server chip, which is, I think it was 30 times more powerful than the previous generation of chip. And it takes 25 times less power than the previous generation. And
it's 10 times as expensive as their last.
Probably. And it's massive. It's like this big.
Oh.
It's huge. It's like the size of an entire wafer, basically. I think that's the one, anyways. And then they talked about how their chip manufacturing process, they have introduced AI into it. And so to do lithographic masking, which I know nothing about chip making, but based on the name, it sounds like, well, isn't a lithograph like a carved stone? So I assume it's creating some sort of etching with presumably a laser and a computer program. But they've introduced AI into this process, and the AI is able to create the mask about twice as fast as previously. Or it's more than twice as fast, but then they have to like double check its work.
Yeah.
And they've also improved their algorithms to the point that they are now creating these lithographic masks, which you have to create per chip, I think. So I don't know if it's based on like the wafer you're using in the first place, but so that used to be a 2-week process. They can now do it in a day. And it's something like, again, 40 times more energy efficient because of whatever savings along the way. And then on top of that, so they did a demonstration where they showed their top chips, I don't know what they call it, compute, I guess, compute capabilities, probably flops or something, over the past 20 years. And they said, so in 20 years, according to Murphy's Law, where the power of chips doubles every 18 months. More, yeah. What did I say? Murphy?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, more.
Murphy's Law is something can go wrong at will.
Yeah, okay, so Moore's Law. And he said every 2 years, the power of a chip will double every 18 months.
Yeah.
That's Moore's Law. And they showed over the last 20 years, so that should be about a 100 times increase since 2004. But what they've seen instead, with this new update, tweaking the graph, is 1,000 times increase since 2004. So they said they've vastly surpassed it. Now, I don't know if this is how many domains this is in.
That must have pissed off poor Moore.
Well, he's still around.
Yeah, but I'm saying he didn't believe in his own law.
Well, he thought it would eventually slow down.
He thought it'd stop, and it was never. It was just something he would say, and then people started attributing it to him. It's like, oh, it's Moore's Law.
I doubt he's probably excited. Like it's pretty cool.
No, it's just kind of a funny thing of it's one of those attributed things that wasn't super like a definite.
And then they've also released a series of robots. They've announced a series of robots they're making. Well, they've made, and they showed them going around the offices, and they have because NVIDIA, they have all these crazy physics simulations they can do. So they stick these robots in a virtual physics simulation world, and they say, figure it out. And then they can use that in the robots in the real world, and the robots can do tasks like, they showed one where it was like making juice from a juice press, and carrying dishes around the office, and walking up hills, and that sort of thing. And
that robotics company,
Boston Dynamics?
Yeah, Boston Dynamics.
Yeah.
I'm certain they're probably really thrilled with a lot of this stuff. But to a certain extent, you're a Boston Dynamics person, right? And you've spent the last 10 years making your robot work. And then these upstarts from NVIDIA, who are a computer chip manufacturer, have robots doing more than your robots did.
And Tesla. But actually, there was an interview recently with the head of Boston Dynamics, and he was talking about the other companies. And he's saying, I love it, and I go and I help them out with it because I just want to see it succeed.
Yeah, no, I'm like people of that passion level of being at Boston Dynamics. They just want robots working.
Yeah. He's been doing it. I can't remember. It's like 40 years or something. Yeah. He's like insanely into robots. When he got one of Sony, Sony's first. You have one of them.
I have a wind-up version of one of them.
No, they're little toy dogs.
Oh, those, yes.
With their flappy ears, and they walk around. So he got one of the very first ones of those when he was a teenager, I think it was. And he tried to build his own, I think it was. And he's been doing this stuff for ages and ages, and he doesn't think it's possible, if I recall correctly, to advance robotics, because there's two parts to it, right? The large language model allows these robots to interact in the world,
Yeah.
which is amazing, and it's something that Boston Dynamics is way behind it. But the second aspect to it is they actually need a body to interact with the
Yes.
world, and he doesn't think we have the materials currently to actually match animals. He thinks we need new materials, and he doesn't think discovering those materials is easy.
Yeah.
And so you need, AI assistant is useful at the very least.
Yeah, it's the, what is it, like the torque at small, obscure angles is something robots can't do. It's,
One he talked about was it's like the efficiency of muscle fibers versus metal, I think, was a big thing that...
you know, it's the torque at obscure angles is, you know how a plumber, like, reaches through a bunch of pipes and then turns something with your...
getting, like, strength at that. Yeah, it's hard. But he was talking about how he went to a robotics demonstration when he was young. I don't know if he was an adult or not, but they were talking about how, it was a classic thing for ages. You need to make robots like cockroaches, right? They had, like 6 legs, heavy, big. And he said, no, that doesn't make any sense. That's not what animals are like. It's, we got to do it like animals. We have got to have all these features and counterbalances. And there's there's a reason if you get a stiff calf, your back hurts.
Yeah.
It's because everything relies on each other and everything's super interlinked. And so to put that into a robot, it's very complicated. And so even if Boston Dynamics isn't doing that integration side as much, they have...
they have the dog and they have the giant walking backpack boy.
And they have much more advanced ones than that. And they're constantly...
And they have the arms.
Iterating on those. But yeah, going back to NVIDIA's conference. So they're able to make these chips way faster for way cheaper, and they're way more powerful, and they take less energy. And then you can use...
have the material to make them as well?
This is what they're announcing. Like, this isn't theoretical. This is them saying, this is our next generation.
Yeah, it's just we have the chip storage because there's like a lack of...
Yeah, they said they should have like a 40 times output, I think.
Oh.
Coming up. So it's... And I guess we'll see if they can or not, because I don't know... Like, it's TSMC, I think, is the company that makes the wafers. Yeah. I think that's the name of the company. But I don't know how that works with getting kicked out of Taiwan and all that. But
well, maybe if they leave Taiwan, then they can set up factories in the States.
Well, they're trying to do that already.
Yeah.
But it's just, they said we can do a 40 times output already. So
okay.
I think they said that. I didn't actually watch the full conference. I watched clips of it. So take that all with a grain of salt. But if the AI can double the speed of these things, and these things are like 20 times more efficient now, then you can stick a new AI on that, and then and it's the sort of... I saw they haven't implemented... Now I'm going to go into a bunch of speculative stuff because none of it's been proven, but it's all... I will give the caveat that it does bother me somewhat. All those like huge breakthrough in quantum computing, huge breakthrough in AI, huge breakthrough in
fusion,
in fusion, and then there's nothing. There's nothing. What was it called? The LKK or that superconductor material.
Yeah.
You hear all this amazing stuff. It's like, oh yeah, this is going to be great. It's going to revolutionize, and then nothing comes of it. The UFO stuff. Oh, we've got this huge dossier we're going to release, and then that gets shut down, and then some of the people obviously were scam artists to begin with, but then some of them are like, oh yeah, we'll do it later, or we're not doing it yet. And there's a lot of promise and not much delivering, which is why I really like NVIDIA's conference, because this wasn't because NVIDIA publishes a huge amount of papers. And, well, for one thing, those papers get implemented in, like, weeks or months, because people look at them and they're like, whoa, let's do this. But also, NVIDIA isn't saying, this is what we can do, this is what we're going to do, and it's going to be great. They're saying, this is what we're doing, just wait until you get some of these in your hands. We already have made them, they're right here.
Yeah.
The only limiting factor is cost, really. And maybe the cost will be prohibitive and nobody will want one. But they can do it.
I can finally play... what's that game called?
Crisis?
Yeah, I can finally play Crisis at 60 FPS.
I'm pretty sure you can already.
Yes.
It's actually crazy. You don't think about it, but you look at like the 1080 Ti and you compare it to the top chip in the top GPU in like 2005 or something. And it is so much more powerful. It's like these things, remember, they double every year and a half. And like my 1030, which isn't a gaming CPU, right? It's considered to be for office work so that your SketchUp and your Paint programs load a bit faster. Is this the purpose? It's a completely silent.
Your PowerPoint runs.
Yeah, it's completely silent, has no cooling, and it's more powerful than high-end gaming stuff from 5-6 years before it came out. Right?
Yeah.
And I can play most games on it still. Only a few games really don't run on it, and those are the really intensive ones that aren't optimized. Like I can run an emulator that has like Tears of the Kingdom on it on that chip.
Yeah, no. When I get a new game and has troubles running, my thought now isn't, oh, this game's too powerful for my computer. It's, what did you do to your software, your programming? Because your game's just not optimized.
Yeah, if Tears of the Kingdom can run on the Switch, there's no game that has any excuse. Maybe Dwarf Fortress. Maybe. Like, and if Factorio can run, then there's no excuse. Doom as well. All versions of Doom. They're all famous for running incredibly well. Like the original Doom and Doom 2016. They all run amazingly well. Doom 2016 you can run on the Switch. Doom, the original Doom you can run on like a fridge or so. Like people have stuck it on everything. Yeah. There's people that have stuck it on...
They played it on a potato.
I've also seen like they put it on neurons or something of like a rat, like not a rat brain but rat neurons. Yeah, people have put it on everything.
Yeah.
So, but I'm going to go into the speculative realm a little bit now. So there was what was the Claude, the new Claude 3 from Anthropic, so their latest AI that came out, and it's beat everything. And not only has it beat everything, it's more permissive than GPT-4. So you can ask it questions and it won't go, as an AI model, I think that would be unethical. It actually doesn't stop you. And on top of that, they also believe it is safer than the others because they said, okay, you know what? Because Anthropic's whole goal is to make safe AI.
Yeah.
Their whole goal is alignment. And all this handicapping, lobotomizing stuff, that's all being in the name of an alignment, right?
Yeah.
Like Gemini's, we didn't want the image, we didn't want its image generations to be biased, and our data set contained mostly white people, so we told it, hey, you need to add more Asians and black people, and then some people say they overcorrected. I say they shouldn't have done it at all.
Yeah. I was just thinking, sorry, just a quick side chat with Gemini AI. I wonder if anyone tested this. Just overload its prompt field, and then it has to randomly select from an overload prompt field, and so you could have potentially gotten rid of that.
Maybe. You do get charged per... But yeah, you probably could have hacked it at the time.
That's just a hack I was thinking about. Anyway.
But it wasn't... It could have been...
An end step ad or something.
Well, yeah, and it could also just be guaranteed, right? It'd be very easy to say, okay, if the prompt's too long, cut out a bit and stick our bit in to make it fit. Like they could have done that as well. Like make sure this is the main thing.
Yeah.
But so Claude 3, most advanced AI out there, and their goal is to make safe AI, and so Claude 2 was a bit of a joke because it was kind of equal to GPT-4 in a lot of ways, but it would refuse to do anything. You'd be like, how do I kill a process? Like you want to stop a program from running on your computer.
Yeah.
Say, as an AI program, it's unethical to kill anything, even programs. And so you couldn't get it to do anything. But Claude 3, it won't generate, I don't know, like a child porn fanfic, or it won't tell you how to build a nuclear bomb or make chemical weapons.
Yeah.
But it doesn't refuse you in normal things. So it's not only better at being it's not only smarter in general, it also isn't handicapped and stupid. So it's amazing. Anyways, and it has a decently large context window, not as large as Gemini's, but it's decently large. So someone fed it Animate Diff, I think it's called, Codebase into it, which is a program for Stable Diffusion, which allows you to animate pictures.
Yeah, animate diffusion, okay, yeah.
And so they stuck this into Claude, and they said, take a look. And Claude said, if you change these 3 lines, it should be up to 1,000 times faster. And so now nobody's implemented this yet, but someone's did a smaller, because I don't know how Animate Diff works, but you have to train it as well, it seems, or something like that, kind of like you train Stable Diffusion.
Yeah.
So you can't just change it and then run it and see what happens. It takes a while. Something along those lines. So they did a smaller test case, and also the creator of animate diff doesn't actually have the whole code base open to the public, so you can't quite do it yourself. You need their help.
Yeah.
So someone using the best they could with a smaller test case implemented the code, and they ended up with a 9 times smaller final product, so it took up less space.
Yeah.
And they said it did run faster, but it didn't produce anything. It was just sort of noise, but it did produce it.
Yeah.
It ran. So if they can get that working, if they get the original creator to do it, I don't animate diff. It's not going to be better than something like Sora, but the thing that I find astounding, if it does end up working, is that an AI was able to improve upon an AI code base.
Yeah.
And say you can make it much more efficient with this simple tweak. And that is where you get, well, even more exponential takeoff.
Yeah, well, so it looks at codes like that. So, garbage code. The Valve games are famous for garbage code. And so what is basically, while they're making a game, they use code from all their other games. And they keep adding on to them. And so people were looking at, I can't remember which, I think it was CSGO 2.
Yeah.
And it had code in it from projects that they canceled and a project that's potentially upcoming called Citadel. And so there's all this like garbage code hanging around. And Valve's games actually run quite well. They have a few bugs, but they usually run quite well. But other games have ridiculous amounts of garbage code that make the games really bloated inside and cause a huge bunch of errors down the line. And so you give like a video game to Claude.
Yeah.
And it's like, trim all this out.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Claude in this case was trimming it out. It was more like, use this mathematical function instead of this mathematical
but
function.
I'm just saying like that sort of idea.
So I can give you an example. I don't know actually what the end result would be because the people that make compilers are very, very smart. And so they might have already accounted for this. But let's say you wanted to create a program which found all the primes of a number.
Yeah.
So you type in 1,000 and you say, what are the primes of 1,000? And it says, well, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and it goes, well, actually not 7, but it goes on, and not 3 either. But,
Yeah.
So it gives you all the primes of 1,000. And so how you write that program, as taught by some coding instructors, is you say, okay, first divide 1,000 by 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. And if it has any remainder, then you say that isn't a prime, and then you just keep going, right? Yeah. So you do 1 to 1,000, and you're done. Now the thing is, you don't need to divide by numbers 1 to 1,000. So let's say that's the original animate diff.
Yeah.
But then Claude comes along, and they're like, look, if 2 is a factor, then everything from 501 upwards isn't a factor, because you've already, the smallest factor you have is 2. And so 1,000 divided by 2 is 500. So you can ignore half the calculations right off the bat.
Yeah.
And if 4 is a factor, you can ignore everything above 250.
Yeah.
And so you can say, look, I just made your program like 4 times more. I made your program 4 times faster. There you go. Now, of course, you have to actually then say, you have to do something. If you just say, if it's 2, then stop at halfway. It then has to divide and calculate that, and maybe that takes longer than just doing the extra 500 steps. But if you were calculating 1,000,000, at some point it does get faster.
Yeah.
But why I say the compiler people are very smart is because when you compile a lot of code, what happens with coding languages is they're not actually what the computer sees. It goes through the compiler, and the compiler reorders all your stuff into a much more simple language. And along the way, the people that made the compilers add in all those free tricks a lot of the time. So they're like, why are you doing this stupid loop when you could just do this? So now it'll change that into that.
Okay.
And so that allows, it's very neat, but it does also allow, I've seen a thing, you ever see like game dev YouTube channels where they...
No.
Okay, it's quite a thing. It's probably niche, but it's people record their game dev journey of making a video game. And one of the things you see a lot of the time is that they don't really ever finish the game, it feels like. But, it's a lot of work to make a game, and then to record yourself making the game, that's like a 5 to 10 year project.
Yeah.
So I can't be too upset at them for that. But they... one thing I've seen a lot of them do is talk about cleaning up their code. And what they do is they basically add in a bunch of variables and restructure it so that they can read it easier. But they're actually making it run slower, and potentially, again, compiler fixes a lot of that. but they add all the, and it doesn't work for my brain. Like if you gave me actually like the code is just line, that works for me. But what they do a lot of the time is they change it to run function 1, then run function 2, then run function 3. And then you actually have to go down and search, okay, here's function 1, here's function 2, here's function 3, down somewhere else in the program, right?
Yeah.
But for me, the way my brain works, it's like just write out the whole function. Don't tell me run function 1. Just say, first do this series of steps, then this series of steps, then a function, by the way, is like a little capsule of code, you can think of it. Yeah. So it's like run capsule 1, 2, 3. And instead for me, I would just be like, here's what I want you to do every time. And that's what compiler does in part, is it just writes everything out already. And where am I getting with this? I was watching Blackthorn Products, I think they're called. They're a Chilean video game tutorial company. And they do this challenge where they have developers make video games without communicating. So they say, okay, you have 2 hours, then you have to pass it on to the next developer, then they have to pass it on to the next developer, and we just see what happens. And they've actually made some pretty cool games with that. They have one right now where they're doing it with 100 developers, and each developer gets 3 hours. Yeah. Except the first 10 got only 1 hour or something like that. And so they're passing it along, and they're making this kind of neat... You can tell the age of the developers. So the first one is saying, I really love a combination of 3D models and 2D sprite work. And if I do that, then that also means that if someone's good at sprite work, they can add to the sprite work. And if someone's good at 3D models, they can add to the world. And so everyone can contribute no matter who gets the project. And, so I get kind of like a Daggerfall type game, right? You have 2D sprites in a 3D world, something like that. So they make this game, it goes along, it passes hands. Then one guy says, okay, hated this whole project, so I really improved the graphics. So he changes the hand from this beautiful 2D, it's like the guy makes it's a wizard who makes a finger gun and he shoots this 2D hand. So he changed it to this 3D, like, claw, hideous thing, this low poly claw. And he's like, there, I really improved it. And then I redid the world, and he just, like, flattened it, basically. And he's like, that's much better. And then a guy 5 developers along was like, yeah, so I was going through the code, and I discovered this folder that had these amazing 2D sprite art, and I don't know why that didn't get implemented, so I added it into the game and got rid of the temporary 3D hand that someone put in. So it got back. So it's going along, and then one guy comes in, and he's this 16-year-old Brazilian. And he's like, so I wanted to just make the game look way better, right? So when I come in, so I was thinking, okay, first I'm going to add way more FOV. So when you sprint, like, your FOV dims to, like, 20 or whatever. And then I want to make everything pop. So he changed the contrast so there's, like, huge shadows and light spots. So you're kind of, this very easy to read thing. You're sort of squinting. And then he's like, and I really like the pixel art, but, they only did it part way. They only did the enemies and not the environment. And so I thought, okay, I'll just slap a pixel filter on top of everything. And so it turned into this smeary mess. And then he's like, and then I threw a shader on it just to get some nice shadows and contrast on. And then the next guy comes along and says, I just want to make it feel a bit better, so I added motion blur. And so they don't show the project file size, right? But you have this easily readable, beautiful-looking pixel art game that turns into this smeary mess that probably takes up 10 times the space, and it was barely running. Like, one of the later guys comes along, he's like, I got this project, the game seemed kind of fun, but on my 3090, if I look in this direction, the frame rate drops to 0. And so what I did was, and then he went along and I just deleted all the vertices that you can't see because there was a couple 100,000 of them. And I was able to get back up to 200 frames per second. And that's all I had time for. And it's funny in the comments, people are like, it doesn't look like this guy did anything, but he is a hero because he actually made the game run. But the sheer inefficiency, yeah. So Claude can be someone that you give the game and say, hey,
Give it a Bethesda game. Those mods, they improve the graphics. Yeah. And they delete so much from the game and make it run better.
Yeah, it's just like, optimize this game a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, Tears of the Kingdom, actually, there's a mod for it, which removes... They have this weird fog filter they put on the game. It actually kind of makes everything look a little washed out. It's not in Breath of the Wild. And I think getting rid of it makes the game look way better. And it runs better. It's one of those weird choices that sometimes are made. It's probably made to fix some sort of distance rendering and niche scenarios where, because the Sky Islands were added, it's probably something to do with that. It makes it feel a bit more foggy or something.
One of the ridiculous things back to Bethesda project of their latest game that flopped,
Starfield,
is they had this horrible filter over it. It's like this brown filter over everything in the game. And some of the really early mods was the guy just deleted that filter. That's all he did, is he just like, this game actually looks nice. It's just, they had this one stupid decision.
Well, what I realized from watching this Blackthorn product... Oh, that was another thing people did. So the first couple developers, it's like this sort of boomer shooter type game, right? Every time you hit an enemy, a little 1 pops up above their head. You hit them with the charged up ice shot, a 5 pops up. And then a developer's like, this didn't feel punchy enough for me, so I just multiplied every number by 10. So now it did 10 and 50. And then it goes along through the developers, and the developer's like, I didn't feel good, so I just multiplied it by 10. So now it does 100 damage when I shoot. I'm like, yeah. It's like, so this is where the bloated, slow-running games with the ridiculously large numbers comes from. It's from people thinking, there's a lot of talk in the game dev circles about game feel. Like, you got to add some screen shake, you got to add some motion blur, you got to add. One of the developers I really liked, where he's like, okay, this is feeling kind of okay, so first thing I added was an option to turn off motion blur in the game, and
change the POV switching setting.
Well, actually he did. He was like, I was starting to get seasick from trying to play this game, so I changed I added an FOV slider. But I don't know if you've seen this with like games like Ultra Kill or Unexplored 2, Wayfarer's Legacy, where you have a subset of people say, this game is so beautiful, it's so interesting, it's so unique. And they're using like the standard color palette. How does this work? A standard video game color palette is like blue, green, and red, I guess? Something like that. And these use cyan, yellow, and teal, or not, sorry, cyan, yellow, and magenta.
Yeah.
And they have motion blur, and they have screen shake, and they're like, oh, this is so beautiful, it's so punchy, it feels so good. And they have the, like, Divinity Original Sin 2. Let's multiply every number by 100 or 1,000 because we can.
So are the people with the teal, magenta, whatever, on the motion blur, are they suffering from an aneurysm?
Well, it does seem like there's different kinds of people out there, right? Like,
no, really.
No, but like,
they're people with bad tastes.
It's people have different tastes a lot of the time, right? Like, some people like JRPGs, some people like good games. But this is like an actively bad game, or a bad look, or a bad, to me at least.
Yeah.
Like, I find it hard. I can understand someone liking the Final Fantasy games for the story. I think, why not get a story from a movie or a book or anything else? But if you think the story,
even the slight amount of interaction might make them feel more attached to it.
Yeah, or like those choose your own adventure games, where it's like, I would rather read a choose your own adventure book or play a game book, but I kind of see where I would never enjoy it, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But with this, it's like actively painful, and it's like, why would anyone ever choose this? It's like a scat fetish. It's like, I just don't. Why? Why would you?
Who hurt you?
You need to stay away from this. Like, this should be ingrained in your psychology. And I wonder if it's I find it strange a lot when people talk about Morrowind and they say how amazing the world is, which I agree with. Morrowind has maybe the best world of any video game. But they say the reason it's the best world is because it's so different. It's this alien world with like weird bug creatures, and it's ashy and it's brown and it's dingy. It's not the traditional medieval fantasy world, right? The thing is, I love medieval traditional fantasy worlds. And the fact that you're burnt out on it, maybe that says more about you than about the genre of traditional medieval fantasy.
Shadow magic. It's very cool.
Like Age of Wonders?
Yeah. Age of Wonders, Shadow magic. Very cool. The demons, the shadow demons, they're these weird alien bug creatures, and their realm is this like weird bubbly blobby realm. Like the shadow realm is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, the trees are all like black and purple leafed, and it looks... Yeah, it looks odd.
A grade 10 teacher of perhaps literature or art would say it's very creative.
Yeah.
Aesthetically, I don't find it likable whatsoever.
No. The Shadow Demons are a bit of a shame because they have some of the more interesting powers in the game. Like, they have... It's kind of like... what's that TV series that's kind of popular? With the kids that are... like, have nosebleeds. They made the song Running Up the Hill by Kate Bush popular for a while.
Yeah,
Anyways, the one that made everyone...
Stranger Things.
The one that made everyone nostalgic for the 80s. Even though it doesn't quite... A girl playing D&D in the 80s sounds fake, but, you know.
Yeah.
Stranger Things has this idea of they talk about an ant walking on a string, and then it walks on the other side of the string on the opposite side, and it's this sort of mirror reality.
Yeah.
And there's creatures in shadow magic that have that exact power, where you press a button and they flip over, basically upside down, into a mirror shadow reality where they can walk around, and then they can just appear randomly on the map, and so you can. It's
Tactically, it's a massive advantage.
Yeah, because you can just walk under mountains, or you can
avoid a whole army.
Avoid a whole army, or you can just appear with an army in someone's base. And they're really cool, but they have light elves as well, which again have a lot of different sort of
weird alien aesthetic.
Yeah, they're not even elves actually, but they have a lot of out there powers and things like that. I don't actually know what their powers are.
They're similar. They can also reality flip.
But the unfortunate thing is that they're not grounded in anything.
Yeah.
So they don't feel like it's actually a problem I have with Forgotten Realms, where people talk about Forgotten Realms. There's all these games set in Forgotten Realms, all these campaigns set in Forgotten Realms, and I'm not really interested in it because I'd rather have a game set in a standalone world or in a Arthurian or Tolkien-esque or Gilgamesh, something like an established world. And the reason that, Forgotten Realms is this huge established property, right? Yeah. But it doesn't have the same, what do emperors have? Majesty, but different, decorum, history, whatever that word is I'm thinking of. It doesn't have that same... it doesn't have the same... It's what religion has. Sort of sacredness, I guess. But it doesn't have that same bonded history with humanity. And the only reason, we've talked about this before, I include Lord of the Rings into that mix is because they did Tolkien did a very, very masterful job of actually making Lord of the Rings a mythology that isn't his just, I did this in intricate, people talk about his world building and say it's amazing. And it is, but it goes beyond the world itself, because what he did was he did the equivalent of the difference between Scottish and Irish mythology, where you can say, okay, this character is clearly this character and this character is clearly this character. He did that with his world. So, for example, in Irish mythology, there is a wizard called Math, or Manwë. And so Manwë is a god, I guess, in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Then Gandalf is a dwarf in Norse mythology, and he is Gandalf in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
Wayland, as we talked about before, he forged the 13th sword, which was the greatest of the swords.
I'm currently listening to the Bible, and like the older people who lived for quite a few years, so old humans lived a lot longer than new humans in the story of the Bible. And in Lord of the Rings, older humans, the high men of Numenor, lived a lot longer than the later humans who are fallen.
The Men of the Woses are a real ancient semi-mythical... So in Lord of the Rings, they're an ancient semi-mythical people. And in real life, they're an ancient semi-mythical people that live... That might be Bigfoot of the UK, or they might be like cavemen of the UK.
So, Forgotten Realms is strange because it suffers from another problem as well, not just having this mythos, which is it suffers from the same thing that 40K does, of multiple authors. And so, multiple, there's advantages and disadvantages to having many people work on it. So one of the greatest examples of this problem in 40K is the Custodes. The Custody Guard are the most elite of elites. They're the humanity's greatest soldiers, basically. And a bunch of Harlequins, which are basically elf clowns, break into the palace and kill a huge amount of Custody Guard. And so, in the Warhammer community, this is a joke now of this is how you upset Custody players. It's like a bunch of clowns just danced weirdly and confused the Custodies and killed them. The author's like, oh, Custodies are the super elite. I just thought they were normal human guards in the palace.
Yeah.
And so that's why I killed them. So there's this inconsistency within the story of this is a soldier who can have the line of he's surrounded by 1,000 traitors. And he says, all I see before me are dead men and cowards. And he wins that fight, this one guy versus 1,000. But then...
You know what's strange about...
So, Forgotten Realms has that problem too, to an extent, though, the different authors and different stories.
But I don't actually... It's strange. Warhammer... So take Rogue Trader, for example. Yeah. That's an RPG set in the Warhammer universe. Versus Baldur's Gate, which is set in Forgotten Realms.
Yeah.
For some reason, Warhammer... Well, one thing that Warhammer does which I don't think Forgotten Realms does as much, is Warhammer does the Tolkien-esque thing of actually basing it in reality, as it were. So, for example, Nurgle is an ancient god. He was called the Cock of the Dunghill Heap.
Yeah.
He was a god of pestilence and decay in ancient Sumerian, I think it was, mythology. And Nurgle is like one of the demons from the Bible. Oh, sorry, not Nurgle. I just said who Nurgle. Let's see, they have Khorne, they have Slaanesh, Sneech. Sneech. Right?
Finsteel?
Sneech, I think.
Pitsnitch?
He is a demon from the Bible, I think. They have this foundation into them.
Yeah.
And then you look at Bretonia, all the heroes are basically just Arthurian legends.
Yeah.
They're just equivalents. Whereas with
All the orcs are Cockneys.
yeah. Whereas with Forgotten Realms, they didn't have a foundation. It's impressive that they as much is, I think.
Well, they have Bale and...
Well, that Ball, yeah.
But that's more foundational to D&D. That's not Forgotten Realms. That's more just D&D having that.
But like, you know, they have Dritz and they have Elminster, and they have the Watcher of Watcher's Keep, whatever that beholder's called.
Yeah. Xanathar,
yeah. And Waterdeep. That's
Yeah.
So they have Xanathar of Waterdeep. And they're interesting, but they're not... I don't really know... Like D&D, you look at Appendix N or Appendix K, whatever it's called, in the Dungeon Master's Guide, the first one. And it was based on a lot of fantasy books.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of weird things too, like the realm of, like, whatever it's... the polyagonal realm or whatever it's called, where people, like, they have... It's probably based on their dice. Like, they have sort of these weird creatures that have heads that are like pyramids or
The
squares.
Modrons?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Realm of Order.
Or they have these, like, just Tauruses for heads.
That's the Realm of Order.
They're very strange, and they're not, as far as maybe some sort of Hindu mythology, but they don't seem to be grounded in anything. And even if they were grounded in Hindu mythology, I think also the blend of, like, they have the Japanese ogres and they have undead, which are a bit more like Norse, and then they have the trolls, which are Norse-ish, but they're much more just based on, like, 3 Hearts, 3 Lions.
The cleric's whole spell list comes from the Bible.
They have, like but it's this hodgepodge of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not a hodgepodge of stuff in the manner of, this is from the Indo-European route, and so it's branched off in this direction, and therefore we have the same sort of legend about a demon, but their demons are rakshas and their demons are bears. It doesn't quite do it the same way. So the second technology, which is only in a sort of this is possible realm. I'm having a lot of troubles forming words today. I'm not sure what's going on. But so the second technology is a new paradigm for chips in general. And it is... So chips currently use electrons moving through all sorts of circuits and pathways.
Yeah.
And they get very hot, and they take a lot of energy. And
if they're too close together, they start jumping.
Yeah, they stop working properly. And they're basically as small as they can get already.
Yeah.
So this is a new architecture. So it's the same as a jump from something like vacuum tubes to electrons, right? But this one, they want to switch to light. So it uses optical sensors measuring light traveling through the chip along lithium something pathways instead of using silicon. And the thing about the advantage to this is that the sensors are stationary. So I don't know what goes on in a chip, but I guess there's a bit of motion going on. And so that's part of what costs the energy. They have to keep sending electricity, and they have to keep reading it at the points and moving it and whatnot. Whereas this thing is static, so the sensors just read the light as it goes by. And so it doesn't take much energy to operate, and it doesn't get hot, so you don't have to worry about cooling it. And it's way faster because light is way faster than electricity.
So a lot longer battery phones and laptops, potentially?
So this thing is... it's basically the equivalent of going from whatever landline technology was to fiber optic, right? So, because it is basically fiber optic, right? Fiber optic is light transportation. So this is light transportation in chips to do the calculations. And this paper that came out said it can operate something in the realm of 1,000 times faster for a 40th the energy cost.
And AI are helping with this technology?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I think this is just smart people making a smart thing. But this.
This was just a part of the NVIDIA?
No, this is not part of NVIDIA.
Okay.
Neither was the Claude thing. These are just two speculative technologies. Right?
Okay.
Right. That there have been people saying, "Look, this seems to work," and here's a paper. Here's where the problems start coming in with this light-based chip. First of all, a concern that I didn't hear raised, but it's a concern for me, is the lithium-based medium. Lithium is not as common as silicon, or there's sand everywhere. There's not lithium everywhere.
I've heard conflicting things about that. Like, apparently lithium's the 5th most common metal on Earth.
Maybe it's accessibility.
Well, a lot of it's in the ocean, in the water. It's dissolved into the water.
Right, yeah.
And so there's ways to actually extract it from water.
But energy intensive, I imagine.
Yeah.
So let's say it's not as easy to get as scooping up some sand from a beach. Now, I do know with silicon that you have to actually get like the right sand. There is better sands and worse sands. But we already have a concern about not being enough for batteries in general.
Yeah.
Tesla had a conference last year, I think it was, where they said, no, you don't have to worry about running out of lithium, because if you look at the amount we have left as charted over time, it stayed always steadily at about 10 years left. Basically, This is true of most mining resources, or maybe it's 50 years left, whatever the number. Basically, the amount we say we have always stays the same because we come up with new ways to extract it and we find new reserves of it. And oil is kind of an exception where we actually have more than we thought after a long time. Like, we always find more of all the mining things, but with oil, it was actually like, okay, we only have 100 years left. And that was sort of steady, like we only have 100 years left, we only have 100 years left. But now it's like, okay, we have 300 years left. We just found huge reserves here and here and here. So, and then you can introduce fracking and oil sands and all that sort of thing. That doesn't mean it's the same energy cost. And that doesn't mean it's, like oil sands, you basically have to wring out the earth, which means you have to dig up the earth, which means if you look at a picture of the oil sands, they've taken a landscape and turned it into a wasteland.
Yeah.
And with fracking, you're not going to see devastation, but there could be, depending on who you ask, all sorts of chemicals released into the aquifers, basically.
Yeah, also just tremors everywhere, damaging human structure.
Yeah, potential. That one I wonder, like, what kind of scale are they operating on if they're actually going to cause serious earthquakes? That seems unlikely to me, but maybe if you're like, I could imagine fracking in like San Francisco being a problem.
Yeah.
You accidentally set off the San Andreas Fault or something. But
well, even just fracking in the center of the city, like, it's going to vibrate things a little.
One thing the fracking companies talk about, and proponents of fracking, like the Canadian People's Party, I think it's called, is the technology is such that it's capped in whatever way that the natural gas they're pulling out will never come into contact with the aquifer, because you basically go through it and then it's below it and it comes straight up through your pipe or whatever it might be. Mining companies say a lot of good things. We live in a mining region and they basically never deliver.
It's a rate of not delivering that's close to 100%.
Actually, I think it is 100%.
Yeah.
And it's not just, they made a little oopsie. It's like they destroy the landscape so that it won't be able to be cleaned for 500 years, and they don't end up paying the people they said they would pay, and they don't pay the fines they said they pay because they dissolve the company and the board members jump off to a new mining company and they start again. And Canadian mining companies are some of the most rapacious on earth. They go around all around the world and just destroy lands. Now, okay, I'm saying the most destructive on earth. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe we're not an exception. But anyways, the ones that I'm aware of, the Canadian ones, are very bad.
Yeah.
And I do know that in Panama, for example, they're also negotiating like, hey, we just want to turn like this I think it was a residential area into a wasteland, and the government's like, yeah, sure, go for it. And that's why they had all those protests in Panama. And I don't hear about Chinese companies doing that around the world. Maybe they do. Maybe they do it in their own country and nobody is able to complain. I don't know. But Canadian ones, even if they're the best in the world, that you better
localize their own countries, not even going somewhere else, like our own area. The mining companies here.
And another thing they do is they take foreigners, like they take immigrant workers in, or they take people from all around the country in, to do the work, and then they send them back out. And so the money from the mining operation doesn't even go into the places they mine at.
Yeah.
Like if they were hiring all the locals and they were causing all this devastation, you could say, well, at least,
they create jobs for the local
they ruined
people.
the land and they poisoned this area and it's going to take hundreds of years to fix. But at least they're keeping the locals employed.
Yeah.
And so they don't even do that. They just pull people from outside because they're cheaper.
We don't see a red cent of it.
Yeah. And they send them out and about. So I don't really trust anything mining companies have to say. And even if it's possible to do things in a clean and orderly manner, like it is for metal extraction, there is a lot of ways you can do stuff cleanly. But they always create horrible, horrible messes. And like yeah, because we said it. Like if you look at like Faro Mine as an example, there's just this poisonous tailings pond there that they can't do anything about. Now maybe in the future technology will come out that'll allow us to extract the heavy metals and make it resettle and everything else, but we don't have that right now, and relying on a technology to save you and causing in the future while causing problems now. You don't want to stretch too far ahead. If you say, "Oh yeah, we'll have this next year," then you're okay. Maybe maybe that's a time that you say, "Well, technology will save us." But it's like we don't see this anywhere, and
yeah,
you're just devastating the land and slowly destroying people's livelihoods and areas they used to live, and poisoning watersheds and all sorts of things. So I don't trust them for fracking. But with this light chip, so the one concern, of course, like I said, is the lithium. Because you can say, well, there's always going to be enough lithium, but it's like, yeah, but at what point do you have to start like
extracting babies and taking out their bones?
Yeah, actually, I was just going to say like grinding up polar bear baby bones. Yeah, same wavelength there.
Sneed toe taker taking this frax dust out of toenails.
Yeah, that's actually a great analogy if you know the Edge Chronicles, because there is more storm frax than you could ever need in the Twilight Forest, but the only accessible stuff is the lightning bolts.
Yeah.
And all the other stuff you have to have massive mines, which they end up doing in the later series, but they use slavery to do it because it's these horrible mines where the dust makes you go crazy.
No, just the environment makes you go crazy.
Yeah.
It's the forest itself.
Yeah, but I think the forest is that way because of the storm frax just infusing the region.
Potentially.
Because storm frax is a very weird material.
Yeah.
That's how the Gloamgloser was created, right?
Yeah.
So
I think it's also just regionally. There's weird places in the Edge.
It's basically uranium.
Yeah.
It's like if lightning storms shot out uranium.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although it could be that lightning storms in the Twilight Forest I guess it could be that.
Well, no, lightning becomes it in Twilight Forest because at the hour of twilight it becomes.
Yeah.
Same frax, and it's always twilight in the forest.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the frax dust caused the forest or the forest causes the frax dust. But either way, a guy came up with an innovative way in the series to gather this stuff, which was to kill people and scrape the dust out from under their fingernails.
And toenails.
Which seems weird, because he's got an operation, right? Like he's got a base next to the forest where he rescues people, then he kills them and he takes their toes and he scrapes them, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't he say, "Hey, I just rescued you from the forest. You owe me toenail scrapings"?
Yeah, so that could work, but he's also insane.
Like, maybe it takes like 2 days to properly scrape a living person's toenails, but come on.
He's absolutely insane.
And if it gets trapped under, like, fingernails, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't he, I don't know, take a log and, like, cut it in half and then stick it back together and just have little, like, Sanctifrax traps?
Again, as I said, he's absolutely insane.
I just think there's a lot more efficient ways to get his...
Just explain how he went insane when he did.
I think there's more ways than, he could do it in a different manner, maybe.
He could have.
Or, if the Shrikes are immune, couldn't they, instead of having these horrible mines, just stand there and then have him scrape their toe?
Yeah, but they're Shrikes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But Screed was the greatest knight of Sanctifrax.
Yeah. Stormfrax
is the name of the dust, right? Sanctifrax is the city.
Yeah.
So, like...
Well, it's Frax dust.
Yeah, but... What's his name? Screed.
Yeah.
Screed was the greatest knight of...
Oh, it's Sneed. It's Sneed to Toe Taker.
I think it's Screed.
Or it might be Screed, yeah.
But anyways, Toe Taker was the greatest knight of Sanctifrax. So surely, he of all people would not be like a shrike and just, oh, you know what the easiest solution to this problem is? Slavery. Like the shrikes, right? They could, because they're immune, just stand in the forest until a lightning bolt hits, run over to it, chop it off at the base, and then carry the entire lightning bolt.
They're really heavy.
They don't have to be. Like they could just come with some torches and be like, woo, we've got this lighter than air giant lightning bolt that's worth like $10 billion. And we're just going to bring the entire
but then
thing.
the light, someone blows out your torch by accident, and everyone dies.
Yeah.
Horrible death.
Well, you get the slaves to carry the lightning bolt.
Yeah.
At the very least, they're not going into the mines. Actually, I guess it doesn't have infinite density, eh?
No,
Because-
it just gets really heavy.
Because otherwise it just keeps sinking.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably similar to uranium again. So lithium aside, the other concern is that, so this chip is incredibly energy efficient and has no moving parts, but it needs light to be reading, right?
Yeah.
And so that light has to come from somewhere. And so the laser that they were using to operate this thing is a 100-watt laser, which 100 watts for a computer component is kind of a medium to high-end computer component. So it's not crazy,
Yeah.
but it is, at that point, the efficiency has plummeted to maybe even less than a normal chip. Because a normal chip is only drawing, like the high-end ones are only drawing like 80 to 100 already, right?
Yeah.
So just by operating this laser, you've annihilated your efficiency. And then what was the other concern? The other concern was that it doesn't seem to be capable of a lot of mathematical functions. So it's very good at transporting image data in the computer. So if you have I don't know, Photoshop, and you want to open up a picture in a new tab,
Yeah.
it's very good at that. It turns the picture into light, sends it through the chip, boom, you got the image right there. But that's kind of what fiber optic already does.
Yeah.
And in order for it to interact with math, which is where you want 1,000 times speed gain to do computer operations like and or and XOR gates, that sort of thing, it needs a translation layer. You can't build an entire computer out of these. And that translation layer takes time because it's a normal CPU. And at that point, it's switching back into normal CPUs, and then you're losing the speed gain. So the power efficiency you lose to the laser, and the speed gain you lose to the translation layer. That said, there are AI-specific chips that are using this technology already, and they're like 20 times faster and 10 times more efficient. So that's already amazing.
Yeah.
But it's only specifically for AI tasks. But they can do matrix rotation, which is one of the main things. They can't do other forms of math so much, I think, but they can do matrix rotation, which is the main thing you need for a lot of these neural network type AIs. So, but they're very expensive to make. But if you want the efficiency in the long run, it might pay off there. So where I'm going with all this, I guess, is just I looked at one thing was I saw the NVIDIA presentation highlights. It's like, what's NVIDIA's stock like right now? So it doesn't seem to have shot up since the presentation. That said, in the last 10 years, it's gone up about 10 times as high as it used to be. NVIDIA is like the third biggest company on Earth right now.
Huh.
Or the third most valuable company on Earth. And I can see why. Like they're kind of leading the charge on technology, and it's astounding just to think of I think the 1030 is in some ways the best graphics card. Well, they have two, maybe three, but they have the 1030, which is a passive draw graphics card. It doesn't take a separate power source. You just plug it into your motherboard and it gets powered passively, and it's completely silent. It doesn't need cooling, and it can run almost any game made before, I don't know, 2020. And it does some things better than like the 1060s. Like it's better at AI, like stable diffusion and that sort of thing. It's better than the 1060s and the 1050s a lot of the time. So it's actually better at some tasks than higher end chips, higher end GPUs. It's kind of it's like whatever that CPU was on my old Dell laptop, which could operate like 2 generations ahead of its time for whatever reason. If I just got the perfect silicon in it or something, I don't know. But 1030s are kind of like that, I guess. The 1080 Ti is another chip, as another GPU that it keeps on trucking way past its due date in a sense.
Yeah.
And I think the 3060 or 3070 might be like that in the future. They're kind of like half the power draw of a 1080 with twice the power. Like they're amazing. But I really hope this new technology NVIDIA has, they can make the next like 1030, 1080 Ti, where it's like this thing, you just stick it in your computer. It's a magnetic. You slap it on your computer case, and your computer speed doubles. It does seem to be me that the AI cycle is starting, where we can make chips in one day that took 2 weeks now, and we can do it for cheaper, and we have more power, and that can let us design better chips, and we've got these light chips that if we can crack, that's going to be much better, and then if we get nuclear fusion, then we can power these things for free, and we can extract infinite resources from every source, and once we get quantum computing, we can have quantum computing.
Well, and then we get a space elevator.
Yeah.
And then that lets us mine asteroids and then bring the stuff back down.
Yeah. There's already stuff like Dave Shapiro, he does a lot of futurism type stuff. Yeah. And one thing he was talking about was the idea of if we have infinite energy, we can do things like get rid of every single, what are they called? Waste dumps?
Garbage dump?
Yeah. What waste disposal sites? What are they called?
They're just called garbage dumps.
Okay.
Landfills.
That's a better term. We can get rid of every single landfill on Earth because we can turn all those resources back into whatever we need, right? Because if we have enough energy, it doesn't matter if it's inefficient to extract it, we can extract it. And so we can just get rid of...
turn them all into carbon.
Well, that's what we can already do that kind of with fire, but
that's what I was saying.
But we can like get all the metal out, and we can configure the plastic and everything else, right? We can scrub CO2 out of the air as much as we want. Whether or not that's a good idea, I don't know, but we can do it if we have infinite energy. And so that's what fusion can do. But fusion, again, it's one of those technologies where it's just out of reach. And I think, personally, that like we've had better and better results with fusion where people actually gain positive power. They have sustaining fusion for like an hour or whatever it might be. I don't actually think fusion means infinite energy.
No.
I think it means you have another power plant.
Oh, yeah.
That takes water. Like...
Yeah, no, that's the main thing. Fusion takes, it uses hydrogen. You get hydrogen out of water.
And it's another renewable power plant, like solar, basically.
It can keep running, though. That's one of the big things. Is as long as it has water, it can run. And
the power output will be based on its efficiency, basically.
Yeah.
Like, it might only be able to keep a light bulb going, and you might need a $10,000 facility to do it.
Yeah.
So I don't actually think fusion is necessarily a source of an infinite free energy.
No, what we need to work out is the matter-antimatter equation.
Yeah, antimatter is actually a source of infinite energy.
Yeah. That's what Star Trek is. It's the matter-antimatter equation. It's how to hit them together so they produce energy and how to then utilize that energy.
And in theory, fission could be a source of infinite energy, provided you can find ways to split non-radioactive materials.
Yeah, and then contain that energy somehow.
Yeah. But that may be better than fusion, actually. Like, you just stick whatever you want in and you get power out.
Matter-antimatter is even better than that.
Yeah, I guess it's a similar idea, really. Like, you're basically just converting things to energy.
Yeah.
Which, now the fact that nuclear bombs didn't chain react forever and cause the Earth to catch fire means that that's probably not possible, I'm guessing, or at least it's ridiculously hard to just, stick a piece of wood in and turn it into energy.
You need a lot of gravity.
Gravity.
Yeah, that's what the sun does. It fuses iron.
Right.
But
that's fusion.
No, but also fission's happening all over the sun as well as fusion.
But is it like splitting iron into...
I don't know if it's splitting it, actually. So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the sun's a fusion reactor.
Right, yeah. It's very big fusion. You're right. Sorry, I got them mixed up.
I think. Like, maybe not. Maybe the extreme heat does something. But and gravity. But it's the future to me, maybe I'm wrong here, seems more like solar would be the source of infinite energy.
Yeah, you Dyson sphere the sun.
Yeah. Or just, put a solar panel on top of every car. Now, the problem with solar on Earth is that there's
clouds in orbit.
But they're not as bad as you'd think, actually. But it's more like they do cause decreases. But like Germany can use solar power. They did tests there, and they're like, yeah, solar power is functional in this cloudy country. Like to a degree that makes it worthwhile. Obviously, it could work anywhere. It's just you actually want to be getting your money back at some point. But the problem with solar is that there's like a 44 or 40 something % efficiency cap on solar. We haven't reached it, but it's just this mathematical cap where we can't really go beyond that.
Yeah.
So I don't think, maybe I'll do an anti-Moore here and say, computers, maybe they'll double every 2 years or every 18 months. But I don't think solar can keep doubling every 2 years like it has been, because I think it will hit a physical limit. And the only way to get around that is to make everything it's powering more efficient. And at some point, work requires a certain amount of work. Like, I don't know if we'll ever get to the point where you could put solar panels on a car and the car will drive forever.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an option necessarily.
No, now, what could be potential, and again, this is even far more speculative science than anything else, is wireless transmission of energy.
Well, we can already do that. Doing it safely is a different matter.
So safe wireless translate, because what you do, if you have safe, basically extremely long range wireless transmission of energy, you just put solar panels in space.
Yeah, well, you do a Dyson sphere type thing, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about that, like, so solar panels are actually already a wireless transmission receiver.
Yeah.
From sunlight, right? So, like, we have a giant fusion reactor that is wirelessly sending energy to Earth, and we just have to build the transceiver. Or, yeah, I guess it's a transceiver. If you want that energy to get past that 40% cap, then you need a denser form of energy. And I don't know if, like, beaming, I don't know, like, I guess, like, ultraviolet light or something all around, right? Like, that's what causes skin cancer.
Yeah.
And that's only slightly higher than visible light.
Yeah.
And so we're already beaming visible light, right? If we want to do a higher efficiency than visible light, and we go to, like, ultraviolet, which is only a little bit higher, you have these cancer beams everywhere. And if we want to go higher than that, I don't know what's after ultraviolet. Gamma rays, I guess, which, is what nuclear reactors can give off and thorium reactors can give off. And those cause...
Stand clear of the gamma ray, catcher children.
Those cause, like, cell death. And they turn water into hydrogen peroxide, I think. Or maybe that's just radioactive and gamma's higher. But, because, like, we're already beaming radio waves, which are much larger than visible light, and microwaves, which are much larger than visible light, all around, right?
Yeah.
But I wonder if you had an efficient enough phone, if you could charge it from cellular is microwaves. So if you could just charge it from cellular.
Or we get that fantasy technology from Atlas Shrugged of the stack background generator. I believe Tesla,
yeah, he claimed to have done that, yeah.
Yeah, basically make that generator.
The idea was that if you created a giant spire in the right shape with the right metals to conduit, the pressure of... So there's kind of like a ionic layer on Earth.
Yeah.
So the air is full of charged ions, which is true. And it's all pressing down on Earth evenly. And so you sort of part the sheet with your spire so it folds around it. And then you're causing it to condense on, because the atmosphere is being condensed on the point of your spire, and it's sort of wrapped around, and that can cause a charge from the atmosphere to flow into your spire and charge it. And there is vague, as I understand it, like we've talked about this sort of with the pyramids are designed such that they can bend electromagnetic radiation around them, and that can be used for more efficient solar panels. And so that's kind of what the pyramids are already doing in a way, right?
So we're going to get basically like Necron spires everywhere, harvesting power.
Oh, the Luxor? Instead of outputting a huge amount of power, that will actually be it taking in power.
Earth's just covered by these giant black...
pyramids.
Pyramids or monoliths.
Yeah.
And it's just, that's how we get power.
And they have they're sort of like a black hole where they have an insane amount of energy in them, and so they have to off gas, like, just a certain amount.
So lightning just shoots out.
Or just, like, laser beams, like the Luxor. Yeah. Right, and so you just have these giant pyramids shooting light in all directions all around Earth. Now, that cap on solar collection is based on solar technology, right?
Yeah.
So if we come up with a new way to do solar panels that doesn't rely on 2 layers of crystals, I think it is.
Magic.
But it's like, as I understand it, it's kind of like you have a vacuum cleaner attached to two like sieves full of spaghetti. So
A vacuum cleaner attached to sieves full of spaghetti.
yeah, so yeah, like or no, full of grapes.
Okay.
Okay, so if you just have one sieve full of grapes, right? The grapes get sucked up by the vacuum cleaner, and that's that, right?
Yeah.
But if you have two of them layered on top of each other, then they fall into the bottom layer and they're stuck there. And then the vacuum cleaner, which is the wire, sucks out the grapes. And then the grapes on the top layer just kind of fall into the second layer. And
Okay.
and so you have a flowing motion of electricity from the trapped photons moving between the falling into the holes. It's been a while since I learned about solar panels.
Yeah, I've learned about them before. I have never understood it.
But magic, more or less, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, magic. I saw, again, because I love the meme so much, but it was on the local llama subreddit of the Midwit meme. And so it was showing, like, the idiot, he's like, large language models are magic. And then it showed the Midwit, and he's like, no, it's just a transformer-based architecture that blah, 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 blah. And then it shows the Jedi, like, guy. He's like, they're magic.
So, on that, actually, so I've been playing Warhammer a bit, and I decided that I was going to do some trash hammer.
What's that?
It's you basically take images, and you take cardboard, and you put the images on the cardboard, and they have a base with the correct size.
Yeah.
And that's how you make your army.
Oh.
Or you make it like, it's making it out of really cheap things. So like, you know, clippings from other people's models?
Yeah.
You collect those and you basically glue them into a bash of something.
Right.
And it's like, so you have this pile of like little plastic bits and that's an orc.
Right.
So it's basically just the idea of cheap materials.
Yeah, whatever you can.
Yeah. And so I was looking for pictures online using Google image search for my vampire counts army. And so I was trying to find some vampires in armor. I was looking for vampire knights. One, I hit an anime, and so I had to do minus anime to get rid of that. But then I'm coming across all these really badly generated AI images that are uploaded into image search. And they're terrible. They are god-awful. They're like, when you first get a image model, and you're just using the standard diffusion without any filters for it or anything.
Yeah.
They're so bad. And so in Google, if you're doing image searches that aren't a common image, like a vampire knight, you have to go minus AI minus prompt to eliminate those search results. But I was thinking, there are a lot of bad AI art. Like, there's the really bad, like it's a torso sunken into a torso and the arms are too long, and then you're like trying to give it a sword and the sword doesn't look quite right. And then there's, as we talked about with the Shadiversity, like he makes a good model, but it's not art.
Yeah.
And so afterwards, I was a little fed up with these things, and so I decided to generate my own. I didn't use them. I actually found out their images, but I just generated vampire knights. And it's now I don't understand how people can make images that look so bad.
So there is something called Nightshade, which I'm not saying these were, but some researchers developed a
Well, it's like Crayon is what a lot of these are generated from. It's a website that you just generate online.
some researchers developed a technology called Nightshade.
Yeah.
And what it is it adds a layer to images. And then you can upload these images online. And if an AI is then trained on these images, it breaks the AI.
Yeah.
And the point is to try to destroy AI models.
Yeah.
Because they want to stop copyright infringement. That's their sort of purpose with all this stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of the Nightshade poisoned images tend to look worse than a standard image. So it could be that some of these were actually Nightshade images, trying to get as many out into the environment as they could.
Here's some of the things on this is, there's the hyper smoothing is one problem, and so there's a lot of like AI ads where they just like do quick AI art, and they have hyper smoothing, and there's images of landscapes that are possible, and you can sort of recognize as AI generated from that. And then there's the levels you can't recognize as AI generated, but you can still tell it's AI generated because it's not a good looking image. An artist won't make that. But like half the images I make, I don't know what it is I'm doing, if it's like the model I have or whatever, but half of them are what an artist would make. To extent, like, I don't know, maybe it's just the prompts I use, because I've discovered something recently, which is, and I've basically always had with my images, you give it a background. You say background of whatever, and that sets the theme of the image. Like one of the things, so I had the Vampire Knight, I said background of a graveyard. And so their clothing got all dark, and they're in a more somber pose. And I said background of a fairy garden, and their hair suddenly got all bright, and like the aspect of the actual image changed.
So one thing a lot of beginner isn't even the right word. It's more unimaginative non-artists. I really think that AI has not made more people artists. I think it has allowed non-artists to generate images.
Well, that's why I kind of get out.
But one thing you'll see is that most images on, say, the Stable Diffusion subreddit are of women, often scantily clad, but they don't have to be. And they all look kind of the same.
Yeah.
And what's going on is they're typing in one girl, because that's the typical prompt to get a female.
Yeah.
Now, if you want, and that one girl, the AI has an association with, and so it's always going to give you the same face, more or less. But all you have to do to fix that is say, like, Russian, Chinese, French. Like, Gemini is actually quite good at avoiding this, because it says it makes them Filipino, or it makes them black, or it makes them...
Well, so I generated the image. This was an interesting one. So I was generating the Vampire Knight. I just threw Canada in there to see what happened. And it added a lot more red to the image.
Yeah, you can... all that it takes... Well, not all that it takes, but to get much higher quality images in the artistic realm, maybe not the realistic or, correct number of fingers realm, but in the artistic realm, all you have to do is say what you want.
Yeah.
Like, blue eyes, fangs, pale skin, and then it won't give you the one girl face.
Well, really interesting one as well, if you say the full moon or the moon in the background, it will make the image artistic simply because images that usually have moons actually have artistic bent to them, and so it'll center it, it'll make it big, it'll add contrast to the image, it'll position things, it will incorporate it in. And it's like this weird chainistic magic, but I was just like so shocked by how polluted image search has gotten by this, and then how much bad AI art there is. And it's funny, I was talking to someone who she's older than us, but she still sort of grew up with the internet. And saying this is like the early internet with Google Images in the heyday with AI. Is early image search on Google was this chaotic mess that didn't really work. And it got more and more refined. And now that's just happening again with the AI images getting poured into it.
There is a concern with AI that several researchers have raised, and I don't think they're correct. I don't think they're wrong for raising it, but I do think it's solvable and has been solved as it's come up and will continue to be solved as it comes up. But the concern is that all these AIs that tend to do better the better information you give them.
Yeah.
And part of the better information thing is labeling. So the AI, what it's doing in part is it was fed a huge amount of images and it was fed a huge amount of descriptions of those images, right? It was all the tags of the images. Yeah. And so it said, okay, what do all these images that say one girl on them have in common?
Yeah.
Okay, they all have this in common. So when someone says one girl, I will create that thing that they had in common. Now, one girl, it's like, who tags their image one girl? That was probably something that was stuck in by the researchers. Because they have the power to actually choose certain, well, as many as they want, but they can make certain words actually apply to certain things, right?
Yeah.
So part of the problem with the Stable Diffusion models, all of them, I think, maybe not 3, which is coming out soon, but all of the others, is that they just scraped the internet for all the pictures and stuck it in, right? And when a photographer takes a picture of a puppy, let's say, they don't say, like, they might label the image smiling puppy.
Yeah.
They don't say sitting on grass.
Floppy ears.
Blue sky, floppy ears, head tilted to the left,
next
to a tree. They don't do any of those descriptive things. And so using those descriptive commands tends to be very hit or miss.
Yeah.
Because the AI has a vague idea of what that means just from the few pictures that actually showed it. But it doesn't know really because there wasn't enough information.
So what you have to do
is label all the pictures.
Yeah, so you have a model label every picture, an AI model label all of them, and then feed that labeling with all those images back in.
Yeah, and there are, I think DALL-E 3, it was, maybe, might have done that. And Gemini's image generator might have done that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, DALL-E, it's not DALL-E, what's the one on Discord?
Midjourney, maybe?
Yeah, Midjourney.
Yeah, they might have done that. Midjourney, well, it's kind of a dual-pronged thing, because what Midjourney might be doing is generating like 20 pictures in secret, and then having another AI choose the one that looks best. And on top of that, I think Midjourney ignores your prompt. I think what it does is it sends your prompt to an LLM, and the LLM and they say, make this use the words that actually work in Midjourney.
Yeah.
And then it changes it to those, sticks them into Midjourney. Midjourney generates 5 images or 6 images, has another AI look at it and say, this one is best.
Well, it can also... Here's something else that Midjourney could do, because you know how you have the models. Like, is that the LMs?
Like the language models?
No, not language model. So, you can have, like, Dungeons and Waifus or Dreamlabs.
Right.
And so...
Yeah. Your different stable diffusion models or whatever it might be. Yeah.
And so basically, one of the things that Midjourney could also do is you write in what you want, and then it selects a model for you based on what you write instead of you... And I think it actually does that to an extent. Like, it has several preset models, and it chooses the...
Yeah, there's a... I think that's a pretty popular theory, that it chooses your model based on your prompt. Yeah. And which people that know what they're doing should already be doing.
Yeah.
Like, there's... what's it called? So there's models like Juggernaut or Dream Shaper, which work for kind of anything.
Yeah.
But then there's models like Neurogen, which work great for people. And then there's models like, it's called like Animatoon, I think, which is amazing for anime type things. But it can't, I don't think it can even do a realistic picture.
Well, for most of the images, I use Dreamlab.
Not Dream Shaper?
No, I use Dreamlab and Dreamscape. Dreamscape gives me backgrounds if I want like an interesting landscape. And Dreamlabs just gives like a strange sort of style, and it allows for a lot more inputs. Like, you can say... do it in this person's art style, and we'll actually use their art style, instead of like, if you try to do that with the Dungeons and Dragons one, it will only use one art style to do things.
Yeah. And the original like SDXL or Stable Diffusion 1.5, they tend to be a lot more flexible in what they can do. But their images tend not to be as good, but they tend to be way more flexible.
Yeah.
That said, Stable Diffusion XL so they're called base models, and the base models tend to be less good at specifics. But SDXL is actually really good at everything, including specifics. So it's very impressive. And Stable Diffusion 3 is supposed to be even better, but we'll see. Because one of the concerns is that I have a concern with AI in all fields. So in Stable Diffusion, For Stable Diffusion 3, all their demo images they're doing to big up the release of Stable Diffusion 3 when it comes out are these amazing, super realistic pictures of people's faces. And all the people look different. They all look interesting. You can have Batman. You can have Harley Quinn. You can have an actor. You can have a normal person. Very impressive. The problem is they're all these like bokeh shots, right? Where it's like the person's face, behind them everything's blurry.
Yeah.
It's basically this person does not exist. But if you're going to use a... StyleGAN type, like a generative adversarial network looking thing, you might as well use the generative adversarial network, because they're way more efficient, and they can give you they've been able to give you amazing pictures for like 6 or 7 years at this point.
Yeah.
It's just they're much more limited in what they can do. But if your models are just being trained more and more so that you can't have a person doing a backflip, then you might as well just be using the generative adversarial network in the first place. But the problem is that most people are idiots. As what was that guru? The people are retarded, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to have more and more people saying these are getting better and better, but they're actually getting more and more restricted and less able to do actual art. And instead, they can just make your waifu in like 2 poses.
Yeah.
And all your waifus look the same, but you don't realize it because you're not talking to each other, right?
Yeah.
Because you're busy with your waifu. And so the models, I think, might cap out with people saying, "Oh yeah, these look amazing. They're super realistic," but there's not a model out there that can make a person do a backflip.
Yeah.
And there never will be, because everyone thinks we've perfected it.
Yeah, I have me over here getting annoyed that I can't have like Odin getting hung from the Woden tree, well, the universe is exploding in the background.
Yeah, but everyone will be saying, well, yeah, but the model that can do that was clearly rated lower than the model that could create the bokeh shot of the sad girl in the rain. So obviously this model's better. So my other concern is Claude 3. Dave Shapiro, he didn't reply to me on this one, which is annoying because he replied to me once, but he's replied to me a lot of times in his comments. He's very active in his comments. But what I mean is he didn't reply to my reply to his reply. Or however that sentence works. Because he released a video called Claude 3 is good at fiction. Because large language models haven't been very good at fiction. You say, write me a story. Yeah. And they'll often do something like, okay, the story is about a boy who wants to be a hero. So he goes out into the world and he finds a sword and he uses that to meet new friends and overcome obstacles. And then he becomes home and he's a king and it's amazing. It doesn't tell you that it
gives you a synopsis.
It doesn't. It tells you it doesn't show in the slightest.
Yeah, it gives you a synopsis.
Yeah. And if you really hold their hand, you can sort of get something and you can say, keep this going. And you can kind of do it. But a lot of the time it's very repetitive and it wraps it up suddenly and you have to really... So with Claude, you can say, okay, here's the plot outline, here's the characters, this is what I want, give me a story. And it will actually give you a story. It's very impressive. And he said, it's actually good at fiction now, this is amazing. And he did a whole video where he was just reading out the story it generated and he was talking about, this is amazing. And I commented on it, this is a concern, I have a concern about AI because this story isn't that good. And everyone in the comments is saying it's good. You know, it's amazing that the AI can do this at all, right? But the story isn't well written. But we're at a point where the average person might not be able to tell what a good story versus a bad story is. Like, there's a reason Hollywood can sell movies, right?
Yeah.
Because people, they're like, why is, they'll watch 10 movies and they'll keep buying them and they'll have this vague, empty feeling. They're like, is Hollywood going downhill? I don't know. It just feels a bit wrong, but I don't know why. But they don't realize that they're terribly written. And people get amazed when you predict a detective movie from like the first few minutes. They're like, wow, it's amazing. It's because I know what a good story is. And this one is just an obvious...
So, it hurt me. I was watching a show last night. And right before it happened, like there's a couple scenes before, that character's going to die. And our dad's like, what do you mean? So they obviously need to get rid of him to make like everything else work right now. He's going to die as a sacrifice. Going to inspire characters is also going to make a lot more things convenient.
Yeah.
From a writer's point of view. And he gets shot and dies.
Yeah, exactly. So
his death was convenient, and so it happened.
It's very obvious to see what's going to happen if in a poorly written story or a very unoriginal story. But beyond that, like there's a reason people like anime, right?
Yeah.
It's because they have no taste whatsoever. Like they have no discernment for what is actually well. And I'm it's half joke, half serious here. Anime is almost all anime is terribly paced and terribly written. But what happened was people watched something like Dragon Ball Z or Studio Ghibli when they were young, which is very well or Pokemon, which is very well paced and very well put together.
Sorry, Dragon Ball Z being well paced.
Okay, well, in later seasons, less so from what I've heard. But
early on, it was, yes.
I haven't actually seen Dragon Ball Z, but
Dragon Ball's well paced.
But from simply watching a few clips of Dragon Ball, the characters are always moving.
Yeah.
A lot of anime now, the characters are still and their mouths move and they recap things and they talk because it's too expensive to actually animate stuff constantly, right? But Ghiblio and Dragon Ball and Pokemon, Ghibli and Dragon Ball and Pokemon, everyone is always moving. Everyone's always talking. There's always action. There's like Avatar, The Last Airbender. Yeah. The fight scenes are fight scenes. Whereas people say, oh, Attack on Titan has these crazy fight scenes or Fate Zero has these crazy fight scenes. They have 2 seconds of a person moving their arm and then 10 minutes of people talking about that person just moved their arm because it's expensive, right?
Yeah.
And people make this joke apparently in Attack on Titan when one character has this very intense theme. He's like this super badass hero guy, I guess. Yeah. And he has this theme that's super intense and crazy. And people say this is what the animators hear whenever he appears because they have to work overtime to show him. Yeah. The thing is, that's like minimum baseline for something like Pokemon or Avatar The Last Airbender or so anyways, what happens is people grow up with these shows. They say, I love anime, this is amazing. And so they forgive the next wave of anime that is more repetitive, skips steps, is just static images because they still have that feeling of this is right, but it's not the same. It's actually garbage. Like anime has a lot of originality. It's very pretty to look at. It feels good to look at. Simple lines, simple colors, good color choices. It's a very refined art style.
Yeah.
So it's very pretty to look at. And people really enjoy it. But they're not forcing it to improve by saying, this is all garbage, stop it. And now the thing is, anime is almost an indie enterprise in that if you were demanding a Disney level quality for all anime, basically none would be made. Because the reason that... So the best anime is the 13 episode animes. And it's because they are forced to a time constraint and they actually have a budget that they'll spend over the 13 episodes only. But if you read the history of basically every company that makes these 13 episode animes, is they go out of business like right after they're done or like halfway through. So the only sustainable companies are the ones that draw it out and save their budget, and it's this boring slop in some ways that wastes your time. So and this is not to say that there isn't a lot of moments in anime that are good, right? But it is the overall, like, even some, you look at like what are the best anime and people say, oh, like
Bleach.
The one with, well, Bleach is actually decently animated to a degree. But what's the one with like the
ninjas?
The Death Note, right?
Yeah,
Death Note. It's hugely. It could be half the length. Well, okay, it could be half the length if you just get rid of the second half. Yeah. But then it could also be half the length if you got rid of the repetitiveness, and then you could have more motion and action, and that is an anime that plays to its own strength because it doesn't need. It's mostly about the talking already.
What was that one anime that you recommended to me with the guy who saw the strings and the boy traveled back in time?
Erased, maybe?
Yeah.
The one about the guy who, whenever a disaster happens, he can go back in time and stop it?
Yeah.
And then he goes back to when he's a child and stops a child murderer?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Erased, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mostly about the talking. But again, there's a lot of dead space. There's a lot of... And Your Lie in April, there's a lot of dead space. But again, that's about talking. Anime are strongest, like the new sort of cheap anime, are strongest when they're mostly about the psychological aspect. Like something like Attack on Titan is a really bad fit for a non-Studio Ghibli anime because they just don't have the budget to make a movie or a series like that. Like Attack on Titan should have been made by Studio Ghibli or Disney or something. But it's the same with books, right? People will accept slop because they don't know what a good story is.
Well, on that, so the Avatar: The Last Airbender live came out, live action, and I watched it, and like people, oh, there's this problem here, oh, they changed that thing here, or whatever. Like they did these little things, but it's still alright, or still other things. And for me, it's like the special effects are acceptable. They're acceptable. There's problems when they're acceptable. It's how they use them that's not acceptable to me. And their fight coordination, like there are some good fight scenes, but most of their fights are actually really bad. And then the writing is just bad. It's like painfully bad, actually.
And the question I would have is, why would you make a live action Avatar: The Last Airbender? Because there already exists an animation.
Yeah.
I think, I'm trying to think of a case where live action is better than animation, really. Maybe Lord of the Rings. And the reason for that is they make the world feel real, I guess?
Yeah.
Is that what the advantage is? So to do that, you'd have to make Avatar feel real, which seems almost like a contradiction with...
Avatar's a cartoonish world.
You know what you could do, actually? If you... I haven't watched this, the live action Avatar, so maybe... But if you made it like a wuxia, like a Chinese martial arts film, I think that could actually work. You make it over the top, you make people be able to float around on their strings and mystical. I think that might work, right? You have the highly saturated, beautiful scenery.
Yeah, they didn't do that.
So, I think we might reach a point where people are unable to train these large language models because they're unable...
They themselves are unable to determine quality.
Yes, but worse than that, right? Because there will always be good writers, right? Yeah. There'll be another Tolkien that can read it and be like, oh, this needs to be improved here, right? But the problem is that the creators of this... and the majority of the people they talk to, or all the people they talk to, won't be telling them you need to fix something because they won't see that anything is wrong.
So do you think that one of the outcries in artists hating AI is misplaced? They know something's wrong, and they don't exactly know how to express it, so they're saying it's stealing art to express the wrongness. But the real thing that they're outcrying is people making AI art have no taste in artists.
Well, I think that's...
Like, they say, this is an art, you're not an artist making it. And they have that outcry because it's true.
Yeah, because it's garbage. It's just one girl. Yeah.
Yeah, but they aren't...
But they're not... But there is people that can actually make art with AI.
Yeah.
Yeah. and it just wasn't them. Yeah, I don't think that's what a lot of these people are doing. I think a lot of them are just afraid for their jobs.
Yeah.
It's like, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
And then a lot of people say it looks soulless, but the people that say it looks soulless, I'm assuming aren't artists most of the time. I assume they're people that can't describe why the composition doesn't, like, oh, that's bad composition, but I don't know how to express that.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on. But so what I said, I was like, yeah, so this story, it's impressive, but it isn't very good. And so Dave Shapiro replied to me. He's like, well, I'm guessing you're not a writer. And then I was like, all right. So I replied to him and I was like, actually I am, and this is why it's bad. And then I went through like, okay, it uses the same sentence length over and over and over again. It doesn't mix it up with shorter and longer sentences. Every single action has to be connected with like the way it writes its story. Every action is connected with a comma to its next action. So it does something like, he smirked as he stood from his chair and looked over at the girl he loved. So he can't just, he stood up. He looked over at her. It's always, he bent down while, it's easier when I'm actually writing instead of talking. He put on his glasses while he glanced to the side. It's always...
Let a sentence exist by itself.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Mix it up, right?
Yeah.
And don't repeat. And the other thing it does is it describes the world purple prose. It's way too much detail a lot of the time. And it's way too much. It's like, he looked over at his friend. They'd been friends for many years. And it's like, no, let that come out through the story. For the moment, they're about to get attacked. You don't need to... there's a thing that new writers do a lot of the time that write... there's a joke, it's men writing women, but it's just new writers do this. Where they have a female character from her point of view and say, I got out of bed and I looked in the mirror to see my long blonde hair and my beautiful green eyes and I smiled and saw my perfect teeth, and it's... Let that come out through the story. Yeah. This is... Nobody looks in the... Like, are all your characters narcissists? They have to look at themselves every day in the mirror.
Yeah, it's...
And that's kind of... So I will say that Claude is an above average writer.
Yeah.
But it's not a good writer, because this...
Well, purple prose is a way to fool people into thinking you're a good writer.
Oh, and this is the second part of... this is the second part of my problem. Let's say Claude gets to the point where only the experts in the world can determine if its math skills are improving, right?
Yeah.
Most people can't do high-level math. So they will look at this and say, this is out of my league. I'm going to go talk to a mathematician. So that won't ever be a problem. Or they'll be like, I don't understand chemistry. I'm going to go talk to the best chemist on earth. It won't be a problem. The problem is everyone can write and everyone can draw. Yeah. And so they think they can write and they think they can draw. Yeah. And this is the opposite of the lesson that people try to teach, right? But not everyone can write, not everyone can draw. You can write good enough and you can draw good enough and you can get better, right? Anyone can draw an image and they can get better at it, and anyone can write and they can get better at it. But not everyone is a talented writer. Not everyone's a talented artist. And
your mom will put the image on the fridge, but she's the only one that cares.
Now, if you dedicate to it, you can get better. But the thing is, everyone can write, right? So everyone's like, I can write, and this is better than what I can do, so it's good. Whereas people don't do that with like calculus. They're like, I don't know calculus, so obviously I need to talk to an expert.
Yeah.
And so the problem is, I don't think writers are going to be consulted. Because I was able to point out a huge list of flaws.
I wonder when it gets integrated in video making if that'll happen as well.
Another issue, right? It uses a lot of French words.
Yeah.
And for English writing, if you want the story to feel more whimsical, you want to use English, like you want to use more like Anglo type, like Saxon type words. You don't want to use French root words.
So in filmmaking, this is a problem I've noticed with a lot of films, and it drives me nuts. It's the Dutch angle.
And what one's that?
So the Dutch angle...
Is that where you're like in a hole and you're looking up?
No. The Dutch angle is when you take the camera and you tilt it sideways. And so you can start normal and then you can start tilting it, or you can come into a scene and it's tilted slightly. And what the Dutch angle is for is to show something's off, the world is strange, there's uncertainty. Because it's out of balance.
So the image tilts when you tilt a camera, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not some sort of weird... keep the person upright but rotate the frame around them?
No, okay. Everything is like off angle. It's to put something at off angle.
Okay, sort of dramatic and weird.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of misuse of Dutch angle. And that's like a more artsy-fartsy one. But the other one is a shaky cam.
Yeah, big studios misuse that like crazy.
And the shaky cam, I've seen very few times where the shaky cam was used well. Because what the shaky cam is, it's meant to show motion, it's meant to show like an intense scene, it's meant to show panic. The few times I've seen good shaky cam use is in war movies. And usually where it's used I think it's used in the start of Saving Private Ryan, where they're vaping the beaches of Normandy, and they're getting off the boats, and they're charging up there, and they're getting shot with bullets, and it's chaos. And so the camera's shaking all over the place, and you don't know what's going on besides, like, there's a bunch of panic.
Yeah.
That's a good use of it.
Yeah, you get hit by a mortar.
In what we were watching last night, it was Star Trek, and they're running down this corridor, and they're doing the shaky cam to show chaos. It's like, no, there should be a shaky cam here. Have the camera like at a low angle and have them run by, or have it steady and they run through the corridor. Do a bunch of fast cuts of them running. But running with the actors with the shaky cam here is just making this whole scene really hard to film. And then they have a fight scene and they're shaky camming, and it's like, if you have a fight scene and you're putting choreography into it, don't have a shaky cam, because the shaky cam covers up the choreography.
I think I just had this thought relating to martial arts, right? Where this AI equivalent is people making movies thinking they know what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
And so they might have a fight scene, and they might say, well, both our people know martial arts or dancing, they can follow it. We got this cool fight, so we'll have this fight. But not everyone is a Jackie Chan, right?
Yeah.
And so even if they know how to fight, or even if they have a choreographed fight, a good-looking fight is going to be another step altogether. Exactly. And then I've seen a lot of American movies they get Jackie Chan in.
Yeah.
And the fights still aren't that good, and they do all these shaky cam cuts and whatnot, because not only is not anyone Jackie Chan, not everyone's his students who he fights against in a lot of his movies, who know how to fight with him and make it look good. And so if you just take him to an American studio and give him some random stunt artist to fight against, they're not going to be able to work together as well. And if you then cut it together all shaky and messed up, it's not going to look as good as, like, you see the old, like, 80s kung fu flicks, where it's just a camera set on a tripod and there's like a 2 minute of just like, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, well, on that,
so I think what's going to happen with AI is you're going to end up with the Jason Bourne shaky cam, and they're like, oh yeah, we basically don't need Jackie Chan anymore. It's like, no, you not only need Jackie Chan, you need a person like Jackie Chan who has students who are trained to work with him.
Yeah.
That is a legacy that takes like 3 orders of magnitude more than where you think you've already mastered.
Well, so one of the problems that I have with Bowhurts, which is the full armor combat of people fighting, is some people are like, oh, this is really fun to watch. I find it actually really boring to watch. And there's 2 reasons why it's boring to watch. One, a lot of people doing it actually have no idea what they're doing. And the rules that be made have no idea what they're doing, because it's a very weird build up over time. And so it's a lot of actually brawling and trying to knock people over. It's more like tripping people, tackling.
It's probably historically accurate.
It's historically accurate in some senses. When you look at HEMA's actually really fun to watch. And part of the reason why HEMA's fun to watch is people who do it were looking at the manuals, but also they're people who like fun-looking martial arts. So HEMA is slightly inaccurate in a different way than the Bowhurts. HEMA's inaccurate because it's a spectator martial art of its combat that's showy.
Yeah, well, and what I mean by accuracy as well, a lot of medieval combat, the militia
had no idea what they're doing.
It was the first time they'd been given a weapon, and they're like, I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, so it's accurate in that sense.
Yeah.
And so I remember I was doing filming of the Company of the White Wolf. We had a little tournament, and some people had fighting. And so I filmed almost every fight. And I cut together clips of all the fights. And it was really difficult to actually find any good footage in those fights. Because, like, sometimes my angles were bad, because these people are just trying to have a fight, they're not trying to do a show. Sometimes they were just really, really boring bits of combat. And
it's amazing.
And so, like, actual fighting versus performative fighting is so different.
I was watching a few years back. I decided I wanted to see what like top level Rivals of Aether play looked like.
Yeah.
So I watched, and this is kind of boring. I'm not really into it. It doesn't work for me, right?
Yeah.
So this year, Rivals of Aether had a spot at Genesis, which is the biggest fighting game tournament out there, and they had the Smash Bros players, like the top Smash Bros commentators, commenting on it, and it was amazing. And I realized that you can't just have 2 good players have a fight of a century and that makes it good. You actually need the commentators to be pointing it out and saying, oh yeah, you got to look here, and this is great, and this is amazing, they're doing this and this, and suddenly it all comes together and with their humor. Now, if you're good enough at the sport and it's a good enough game, you don't need the commentator, and you'll still find something good about it. But but the commentator sure helps for like that baseline, and it's amazing how good it can get. And I was like, oh, maybe Rivals meta has just gotten really good. So then I watched a new tournament that came out recently, and there was no comment. There was just these terrible commentators that were probably would have been better if there had been no commentators at all.
Yeah.
Because they sounded bored to be there. They sounded tired. Their voices weren't clear. They were. One of them had this weird affectation. He started to talk like this, like, oh, they're going to do this now. Yeah, that's what you can see. Yeah, you see that a lot with Rhino. Yeah, and isn't it crazy how laid back, like the meta commentary as well? That I think that really ruins most things. Where people say, "Oh, isn't it crazy how we are this kind of thing?" And this this is such a, I was gonna say, this is such a scuffed commentary, haha. But yeah, that sort of thing, right? Where they talk about themselves. We haven't even been taught. One thing they said, which was crazy, was we haven't even been talking about the fight for 30 seconds. We've just been going on the side tangent. Then you're not doing your job. That's not something you want to bring attention to.
If you're not as charming as T90, you can't get away with that.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, well, that's part of it. It's just charisma. But you also T90 also he stays focused.
Yeah, he has an insane amount of knowledge as well.
And same with like the top Smash Smash commentators are amazing. Yeah. Like T90, sorry, not T90. TK Breezy and EEE. I forget his name. And Coney, they're amazing.
Yeah.
And it was interesting with Rivals 2 where they were the commentators because they were commentating on a Rivals 2 match. And they're Smash Bros players, right?
Yeah.
So they're saying, "Oh yeah, he's got a back air going, and he's doing this crazy thing, and that's amazing." And then they do a special air, which is unique to Rivals. Yeah. And they're like, "What was that? What was that?" And Dan, who's also a commentator, was like, "Oh yeah, that's a thing I added to the game." So they were giving the super high hitting commentary, but they were totally wrong about what they were saying, and it was still engaging. Yeah. They're like, "Oh yeah, okay, now what? He wants a shield here," and Dan's like, "No, you don't want a shield there." but it still worked.
Yeah.
And that's something that you might think, hey, I can comment on a video, and these guys are good players, so that's all you need.
Well, on that, hey, I can do this. It's funny, I noticed this. So, my friends they play in a Dota tournament, and they will comment on each other's game. They'll do commentary. They both have Twitch channels now, and they do that. And when a combat starts, sometimes people are watching, or people are just there, try to do the running fast commentary that you would see with a StarCraft caster or a Dota caster or even an Age caster, the very fast commentary.
He's going over here and I was going to do this and he's always got to click over there. He's quick one over here and he's doing this.
So they try to do that.
Forward smash into a quick wall. I haven't seen that before since Steve got banned.
But they actually don't have the skill to do it, so they're trying to do it. And it's like, oh, that's adorable. You're trying to be a pro caster.
Well, I think part of it is they're practicing. Yeah. Because I've also seen T90 co-casting with someone, right? Yeah. And T90 is actually a very laid-back caster. He speaks clearly. He doesn't speak slow, but he doesn't speak fast. Yeah. And I'll see casters, they're speaking a million miles an hour in Age of Empires, which is a very slow game, really.
Well, one of the casters he's with was a StarCraft caster.
Yeah, that was the guy. Where the StarCraft caster, he was just running his mouth.
And he's a Dota caster as well.
He's obviously a good caster.
Yeah.
And he knows the game. And he's very good at speaking clearly and fast. But you don't need to be speaking that fast. It's like, oh my god, that villager, okay, he just dropped off the wood there. Now that villager's going up to stone and he's going to build a house and then he's going to come over here. And yeah, it's actually really hard, especially at the start.
It's called hype casting.
And I think part of doing that, though, is just getting the training for it. Yeah. I think part of it is just that was funny with TK Breezy and some of the others where they were going crazy with rival stuff.
Yeah. And they were hype casting.
And Dan was just sort of like, oh yeah, that's a really good move there. Yeah, they should do that. And Dan's casting was equally as good.
Yeah.
But the difference was that they didn't know the technicals, so they were just speaking really fast. Yeah. And just sort of trying to get it. But it kind of does work. But you do need... I think it is also a skill that, you keep yourself sharp by doing it.
Yeah.
Like the start of this podcast, and even now, I'm just trying to avoid the words that I can't think of. But my brain has shut down. Half the words aren't coming to my mind when I want them to. They're in there. They're just not coming out. And it is a skill that you watch Small Ant, and he plays he does a Twitch stream where he plays Mario, and he's talking to the audience while he's playing, while he's speedrunning Mario. And it's like, I could do that. And then you realize, like, even if you were a speedrunner level Mario player,
Yeah.
talking while doing that is super hard. And then you see people like Panga Pangia or Pangia Panga or whatever his name is, and Little Curbs, players like them, very good players. And then when they talk and play, it's decently entertaining. But they aren't on the level of Small Ant, where he's engaging with the audience, he's talking, he's making jokes, he's doing new stuff, he's trying to. It is so hard. Like, your skill level halves when you're trying to.
Yeah.
When you're trying to do. People all, you know, they're always backseating on videos of every YouTuber out there, right?
Yeah.
And you get it. It's frustrating. We've talked about this a little bit before too. But
your brain power literally halves.
If the player you're watching is twice as good as you, they're going to be making more mistakes than you. Basically, you're going to be like, "Oh, I can't believe you didn't do this, or you didn't do this, or you didn't do this, or you forgot about this. You said you're going to do this." So yeah, I'm trying to plan ahead, talk about what I'm planning about, but also plan ahead in my mind for stuff that I'm not going to talk about, and also show what I want to show, and also be entertaining, and also comment on this. And yeah, it's very hard. And then you also, this is just a thing that takes practice, but you don't want to fall into just playing the game, where you go silent and you're just like, yeah, I'm just doing this now in your head.
I'm going to do this, and then
you also don't want to do that.
And then I will do this.
You don't want to do that. You want to actually talk about what's going. You want to be engaging.
Yeah.
So you say, I'm doing this because of this, and then I'll do this, and oh, isn't that neat over there? And oh, this is really cool. Watch this. But you don't want to just say, I'm walking forward, now I'm walking right, now I'm walking left, because then you're not saying anything at all, and you could be silent. Now, if you're concentrating and you want to show it, that you know, that's an interesting in and of itself. Okay, go forward, left, right, but you don't want to be doing that the whole stream.
Yeah.
Unless you're a speedrunner going for a world record, and then maybe, because then people are there just to watch the skill.
Yeah.
They're there just to watch the best plays possible.
And then you watch Viper, and when he's streaming, he's like, check this, I'm going to attempt this. And then he fails, and that's just amusing.
I was watching, it was Viper versus Doubt in a game, and Doubt, they both had hero units that they could upgrade. And so the hero unit, if you lose the hero unit, you're at a huge disadvantage because hero units are so strong. And so Viper was running his hero unit by the base, and then Doubt put the foundations for walls all around him. Yeah. And so he's like, oh no, I'm getting quick walled, I'm about to lose the game, I have to surrender. And then he's like, oh wait, no, it's Doubt. And he ran his guy out of the quick walls before Doubt even got to them.
Yeah. Well, there was T90 had the it's this player.
Yeah.
It's like, now Doubt has been known to try to give a quick wall tutorial, and Doubt's quick wall tutorial of how to make your villager escape is just the silliest thing. He could not do it.
Just put it down and get it. Oh no, okay, we'll do it this one. We'll get this one next.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to put down a new set of walls. There's another thing people do, which takes a lot of training to overcome. Where when you want to talk about a concept, you say, okay, I saw this. Like, let's say we start the podcast, right? And we're a sports podcast. And I start...
Did you see the ludicrous display
Did you see the ludicrous display last night? And you're like, it was insane. That was so ludicrous. Craziest thing I ever saw. You say, I can't believe that the Canadiens, or however you pronounce that French word, I can't believe that the Montreal Canadiens were so amazing last night. Like, it was insane. And you're like, yeah, it was crazy. I've never... The Oilers don't stand a chance. Like, their goalie, their forward, it was crazy. You haven't learned anything. You haven't gained anything as a listener. If we were saying, okay, so their I don't know, their goalie was skating on top of the opponent's net. Yeah. Was skating on top of the opponent's net, and then he attacked him with a people's elbow from above. And now, interestingly enough, that is legal because of a loophole in the 1937. Now you're learning something.
I want to watch this hockey game now.
Well, is it going to be more violent than normal hockey? Really? I mean.
Sorry, I just want to see like the enemy goalie skate across, climb up onto the offside goalie's net, and then do like a elbow pile driver.
Do an elbow drop off.
Yeah,
yeah. There is no rule in hockey that the goalie has to stay in the net. I think.
Yeah,
there isn't in soccer either.
Yeah, what you do in, I don't know if they do this in soccer, but what you do in hockey is you actually take the goalie out. And you put a player with normal gear in, and you're allowed to do that. Mm. You're only allowed to field one goalie, but you can actually get rid of your goal. You can field 0 goalies and field another normal player. And there's apparently like some game theory on that, which is if you're behind by this amount of points, at this point in time in the game, remove your own goalie, put an extra player on, and try to score goals.
Yeah, Malcolm Gladwell wrote a book about that called something like Pulling the Goalie or something like that.
Yeah.
But, and, he's right. But on the other hand, after watching the Monk debate with Malcolm Gladwell, where, I will now describe what happened, his only way to refute his opponents was to call them racist and to say that, oh, you said you liked the ethics, and so it was a debate on ethics and journalism. And one guy said, we needed an ethical standard like they had in the 50s. And then Malcolm Gladwell's response to that was, oh, so you wanted to be back in the 50s because that's when white people were in charge and you're white and you just want to be in charge. I lost so much respect for Malcolm Gladwell.
That affected the game theory of that statement?
I've tried not to let it, but it actually, when I see people have his books in their house, I think less of those people, even though he wrote all these great books that everyone loved, right?
Yeah.
But now I see those books in their house and I'm like, oh, you like the works of this crazy racist...
I don't think he actually came up with Pulling the Goal. It's just the book is about
the
concept.
He was analyzing it, yeah. So that's why I don't want to let it affect it, because it is a thing that the players already do.
Yeah.
In soccer, they do it as well. They don't have a special rule for switching out who they field, but you can...
Well, that's because the goalie doesn't have any special gear besides gloves.
Yeah, but he's just able to run forward.
Yeah, he's only allowed to hold the ball inside his goalie box.
Yeah, he loses his special powers when he leaves his
goalie
crease,
box.
but he can still go wherever he wants.
Yeah.
To a degree. There's some offside rule that I don't understand, but like you can't have your defenders above your forwards when you shoot on the net or something, but I don't know what the rules are. So I need to look it up sometime, maybe. Look up what offside is. But, funny thing with Rivals. So it's the top 8 players, right? For the Genesis tournament.
Rivals 2, you said?
Yeah, well, it was both. It was Rivals and Rivals 2.
Since there's Rival 2's is out?
No.
Was this a demo basically for it?
Not quite. You know how Dan Fernese, he's a man of the people hugely, right?
Yeah.
So he's been letting it out a few times for tournaments and just letting people see it and give feedback. And he has a couple beta test runs where people can play it. And, he adds in skins for the top players. And he's very much right in the community.
Yeah.
While he was commentating. You don't see Sakurai commentating on top level play. And you don't see him giving like 0 a skin or something.
So I was just thinking it'd be great to have him commentate, and he has 2 controllers, and he's playing it's like a
he's
team.
playing both sides.
No, he's not playing both sides. So it's a team match, right?
Yeah.
And so he's commentating, and he's playing one of the teams. So he just has both controllers. No, he's a member on each team with.
Yeah. Yeah. On the other hand, I think Nintendo's strategy might be the better one.
Yeah.
Because, imagine if they'd given Nairo and Zero and Samsora and.
Yeah.
They give them all their own unique skins, right? And then they have to go, oh, now we have to update and remove the skins, but people paid extra for those skins, and now we have to... Now, I think what Rivals does is it's actually it's linked to their Steam account.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone else can actually play as those skins, which means if Penguins, let's say Rivals, like one of the top Rivals players, let's say Penguins turns out to be this horrible monster by the standards of the cancel mob.
Yeah.
I don't think Dan has to do anything because it's just their account. But then they could say, I was playing online and they had that skin and therefore you didn't ban them. So it's still a bit of a PR nightmare, right?
Yeah.
So I can see why Nintendo doesn't do it. But it is kind of neat on the other hand. But anyways, the top 8 players of Rivals. I was watching the tournament. They do the thing that all fighting game tournaments do now where they show the pronouns of the players.
Yeah.
4 of the 8 top players are trans.
Well, the game has furries.
Okay, let's say that's the reason. What's the link between trans and furries? I mean, I have an answer actually, but...
I was just making a generalization.
But let's say that's true. Because... like autism, right?
Okay, yeah, that could be.
Like hyperfixation on a concept to the point of it becoming a fascination. And I'm not saying that's the case, but there's something about Rivals that is either attracting trans people or making people trans.
Well, then it's illegal in Canada.
No, it's not, because it's only the conversion therapy law is only in one direction.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Now, if Rivals was making people not be trans or making people straight, then it would be banned in Canada.
Just as a tangent, is there any media that makes people not trans and straight? Like the Bible?
No. I think actually, okay, I haven't watched it, right? But I think Dragon Ball Z, because it's all about
Self-improvement.
it's more than that. It's about a child becoming a man, right?
Yeah.
So you watch this when you're a kid. See, I didn't watch this growing up, but neighbors did.
Yeah.
And you can sort of tell, like they very much have this clear idea of what it means to be a man, and that you need to work out like crazy, and you need to be super strong. And so they're all bodybuilders, like they're all these ridiculously jacked people.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the only way to be a man, but they had their way of being a man, and it was this guiding beacon for them. And they would have like my best friend, he had a poster of, I think it was Piccolo, on the ceiling above his bed.
Yeah.
So he would wake up and he'd be like, yeah, I gotta work out. Like, I gotta be like Piccolo.
Yeah.
And they had like posters of the Dragon Ball Z characters all around there, or Dragon Ball or whatever they were. And it starts as this little kid, right? Like, it follows a man's life. Yeah. There's very few stories that follow a person's life growing up. And the stories that do that, they make you want to embody those characters. And you say, I want to be like, this is me. In the future, I get to be a man. I want to be a man. I'm excited to be a man. I'm excited to grow up. And I'm excited to... And so, now the question... I won't say that it will prevent you from being trans or from being gay, right? Because if those are innate and immutable, then it doesn't matter what you watch, right? But if they're not innate and immutable, or if there are other... if there are behaviors that... Okay, let's say they could prevent you from being queer. Right, so sort of being like a deviant. Yeah. You could be the straightest gay person ever, or not. The problem is that the opposite of queer is straight, but straight isn't necessarily not gay. So
straight-laced.
Yeah. So you can have the most straight-laced gay person ever because they watch Dragon Ball or something. So I think stories which give you a guiding force. Now, I do think trans, at the very least, has a certain degree of maybe not like trans male to female, female to male, but like non-binary.
Yeah.
I think non-binary or xenogenders, I think that there is media that could prevent that, because that seems to me to be more of a attempt to express personality through a means other than negotiating with reality. And what I mean by that is, if you work out a lot, you don't have to walk up to someone and say, I identify as jacked. They look at you and they go, that guy's jacked.
Yeah.
And with a xenogender, you have to wear a name tag that says, these are my pronouns, respect them.
Yeah.
Whereas if you exude manliness, the world knows you're a man. Or if you exude strength, they know you're strong.
Yeah.
It's because Jordan Peterson says this all the time.
Je ne sais quoi.
No, it would be je sais quoi.
Je sais quoi, is that?
I know what.
But the saying is...
a certain I don't know what.
But when you give it to a person, it's a quiet nonchalance. It's like a quiet confidence.
Yeah, je ne sais quoi means I don't know what.
Yeah. Okay.
So you'd be saying they have a certain I don't know what, but in this case it's a certain I do know.
Okay.
So it'd be je sais quoi.
Yeah.
I am aware what.
Yeah.
I have in mind, well, say I think means like think, so in mind. I hold in mind what.
Okay, I might have used the wrong saying, but there's a term in French which is like a quiet confidence.
Yeah, well, you got French wrong, so I'm proud of you. You're making the world a better place.
Yeah. No, it's a Spanish. It's sprizzitude. It's Italian.
Sprizzitude. Spirit of the Tudors or something? Probably not Tudors, that's British.
I'm also probably mispronounced it, but yeah, it's a quiet confidence nonchalance.
Right.
So you're basically like, you're good, and you know you're good, but...
It doesn't need to be quiet. You could be aggressively...
Yeah, I'm saying another one of these terms, like there's strong, but there's the other one.
Yeah. But the point being that, as Jordan Peterson says all the time, your relationship with your identity is negotiated.
Yeah.
You don't get to say, I'm a good person. You have to be a person that other people perceive as good.
Yeah.
It's like we were talking about with narcissism a few episodes back, where, okay, what have you... Oh, you're a writer? What books? Where are your books?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a YouTuber? How many YouTube videos have you made?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a... And it doesn't matter how garbage... Like, last episode, I didn't get to complete the thought. I sort of stopped it halfway through because I said, like, we're podcasters and you're doing nothing. And it sounded very, like, uppity. But what I meant was, start now if you want to. And then and you'll be better than us. Or you'll be... it's just doing is the only thing. So the do or do not, there is no try. I disagree with. Because I think trying is doing.
Yeah.
But do or do not, there is no think about. Like, it doesn't matter what you believe about yourself. It's what others, it's not even what others believe about you exactly. It's what have you done? It's what you do. So, like, you beat your wife, but I'm a good person. No,
I think, so do or do not is to remove the excuse that,
oh, well, I tried.
yeah, I tried. Or I'm trying and you just can't get it. It's saying, no, do it or don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, in that it's good, but I think it can be too easy to say, well, you failed, so it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Right? Like, well, like, you give it your best and it doesn't work out. Like, I tried to be a YouTuber. I released 100 videos and such. So, I am a YouTuber, but I didn't get famous or anything. Right? And then the person says, well, do it or not, there is no try. It's like, no, they did. They did. It didn't work. And maybe they could have done better. And maybe, but they did. And you can't say, well, you only tried, so you're a failure, right?
Yeah.
But I do think the way you expressed it, that is a much more positive take on it.
Yeah.
But I had a teacher who used it a lot, and it was always, he was one of those runners tend to be a lot like this. He's not a runner, but it's this sort of, you have to push yourself past your limit every time you go out, and if you're not, then you're failure type thing. And he was very intense about that sort of thing, and it was like, what if you just want to have fun with your hiking or your running or your whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, what if I'm not in it just to prove something to myself? What if the goal isn't to tell myself I'm a runner, but the goal is to run?
Well, then you're not hustling, and if you're not hustling, you're a failure.
Yeah. Now, if your goal is to be able to call yourself a runner, then yeah, do or do not, there is no try.
Yeah.
Right. And maybe with a YouTuber too, like when you failed, you can't be. I have wondered about that. Like, I published 100 books and nobody read them. Are you an author? I don't know. Are you a writer? Sure, you're a writer. You wrote. Are you an author? I don't know. Same with like YouTube or something. Like, I don't quite know how I feel about that either way. But that doesn't mean, you get to come in every time I go for a run or every time I make a video because I'm having fun and say, well, you're not making $100 a second, a year, whatever it might be. So you didn't do it. So that's not what I'm here for. I'm here because I like the wind blowing past my face. And I did actually, maybe that's a way to look at it positively always. Like, I went for a run, didn't make up the hill, ran back down, and like, well, do or do not, there is no try. It's like, yep, I did have the wind blow back my face. I didn't try, it did happen. And that was my goal.
Yeah.
But I do think, shoot for the moon, you'll fall among the stars.
Yeah.
It's sort of a contradictory statement, and I think it has its place. Because you need to set your aim on something.
Yeah.
And your target can be wrong. And maybe you can't make it to your target. Or maybe there's some targets, like the infinite staircase. That's my problem, I think, really, is it's like, well, you didn't get the infinite sandwich, therefore you didn't live. And no, the sandwich was an orientation, but the journey was the steps on the infinite stair. So you have, I want to say goal fixation. I'm not sure if that's the right term, but it's this, it's goal transference, maybe the right term. It's where like someone becomes obsessed with making money, even though what they actually want is money to give them things.
Yeah.
And it's a similar sort of thing where you become obsessed with enlightenment or being one with God instead of doing those things which move you towards it.
Yeah.
And that is where the value actually is.
Self-help obsessed person.
Yeah. One of those midwit memes, it was something like the stupid guy is like, do it because it feels good. And then the middle guy's like, no, you have to have purpose and meaning. You have to do it because of this and this. And then the Jedi guy's like, do it because it feels good.
Well, I think honestly, even like the midwittery meme is the expression of this concept of I'm aiming for a goal, and that's the idiot.
Yeah.
And then
they don't know why they're aiming for it, but just everyone's doing it, so that's the way they got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the person gains enough rationalism to realize that no, you have to justify your reason for the goal, and maybe it's a stupid goal, and then you have the guy that's like, okay, here's the reason for aiming for the goal, and you should aim for the goal. There's actually I was just reading the start of the Screwtape Letters by C.S. Lewis.
Yeah.
And the Screwtape Letters are a devil writing letters to a subordinate to help him out in corrupting people. So he's like, okay, this is what you got to do, guy. So the opening is the devil's talking to the demon. He says, okay, so you're doing good work. You're having the guy you want to corrupt spend a lot of time with the materialists. But it's not enough to just spend time around materialists, right? Because you will not convince someone with that atheism or materialism is correct through good arguments alone. You can't just tell them this is a better argument, therefore you shouldn't believe in God. That won't convince anyone. Instead, what you have to do is you have to convince them that they are brave or different or modern for being materialist. That they have decided that they're braver than everyone else, and they are willing to courageously say there is no God and I will keep living anyways. You have to tell them to do that. Yeah. And that's how you can convince them to move away from God.
So there's actually it's an interesting thing I've been thinking about a bit. Atheists.
Yeah.
Certain kind of atheists annoys me.
Yeah.
And it's the atheists who, like, they're agnostic. Like, they'd be an agnostic person.
Okay.
But they're atheists because they hate Christianity.
Well, I think that's quite tragic in a lot of ways. Like, there's a lot of Christian abuse out there.
Well, so here's one of the things
as in abuse of Christian people.
Yeah. So what got me partly, so I was saying I wanted to make a joke with my friends. So the joke was, I've been listening to the Bible a lot lately, and there's a lot more incest and cuckoldry than I was expecting.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is just kind of wacky. Like, it's this, oh, the holy thing, you read the Bible, it's this holy work. And man, like, early parts of the Old Testament, like, Judges and Kings, that's wild. It is an absolutely wild story, what's going on there, if you actually pay a little bit of attention to it. And so I was making that observation, but I said, I've been listening to the Bible lately, and one of my friends said, why would you do that? What? I didn't push any further, but it's just that statement, why would you do that? And I know he dislikes Christianity. Like, it's not just like, oh, I don't believe God. It's like, Christianity is responsible for a lot of bad things. And to be fair, it is. But
the Bible's still one of the greatest books ever written.
It's one of the greatest. It's more than that. Is people at that time and place. He's judging the morality on current morality versus past morality, and that's fine because morality changes, and maybe we get more developed or whatever. Our morality changes, and they did do bad things even with old morality. But one of the judgments on it is these people are awful, and they did all these awful things. They're better than everyone else.
I don't think they're judging the people in the Bible when they...
No, they're not judging people, but I'm talking about, like, Christianity in general, like the culture and the idea and what it led the world to.
Right, but those Christians are still around, still doing evil things.
Yeah.
It's not they were better than anyone else, right? Like, there's scandals with, the pedophile rings of priests and whatnot, and there's one story I know of someone, she... when rapture happens, all the true believers go to heaven and everyone else burns forever in hell.
Yeah.
And her friends weren't Christian. And she was horrified that she'd leave all her friends behind to burn in hell. And she said, well, but won't I, she said to the preacher or the priest, but won't I, like, I can't be happy in heaven because all my friends are suffering. And said, oh, you won't be thinking about your friends. You'll be in heaven. You'll have a great time. And I don't want to not think about, and she was so terrified about not thinking about her friends. She wrote a list of all their names and kept it with her at all times so that when she got raptured, she would still have that list so she could remember who they were even after she'd been raptured into heaven. And it like destroyed her life for years. And this is a person who's my age.
So then that's good points you bring up, that I should clarify. As a moral framework, because, so it's not their barrier. Yes, they do bad things. Everyone does bad things. And it might be the contradiction of they are meant to be good, holier than thou, and they aren't, and that might be the hypocrisy that I hate.
I think it's worse when a police officer does a crime type thing.
Yeah. But it is...
No, I think a lot of people believe that the world would be a better place if Christianity never existed, because a lot of people think most wars are because of religion, and most ideological persecution is because of religion.
So, now this is a biased source, but, yes, it's a very biased source. However, maybe you'll be able to help me unbias it slightly. So, in the Bible, this was during Kings. So, after Solomon the Great passed away, his son, I believe, married Jezebel, or his grandson married Jezebel. And she was a Baalist and a worshipper of Asherah. And basically everyone in the land started worshipping Baal and worshipping Asherah. And one of the things that Baalists do is they sacrifice their firstborn child to Baal. And that's one of the main reasons why the Hebrews were commanded by God to kill them. And also, like, not treat with them, don't let them be in your land, don't worship Baal yourself. Because Baal is evil. And the Baalist priests also, they cut themselves and, like, spray their blood for their own worship, and they're, like, self-mutilating.
But you could say if it wasn't for religion, they wouldn't be sacrificing their kids, and the Hebrews wouldn't have been ordered to kill others as well. And so religion was the problem there.
Yeah. But then, like, the commandments, like, they create solid family units,
If you think that's valuable.
Yeah. They help you stay healthy, like the laws of Moses help people stay healthy. They make a society that stays together. It reduces crime and has a lot of fairness within it.
But there's the hypocrisy, right? Like, do not kill, but then there's so much orders to kill other people.
Yeah. Well, that's the older religion, because the later religions do not kill, and there's a lot to it.
But there's always... See, I could be wrong here, but I always get bothered by the idea of morality judged for its time. And maybe it's just how it's expressed, or maybe it's expressed poorly a lot of the time. But I think if something's wrong, it's wrong, right? Now, what they could mean by morality for its time is, let's say it's the bubonic plague, right? And people are shooting immigrants on sight if they come near the city.
Yeah.
You could say, shooting immigrants on sight is completely immoral. That's a horrible thing. I can't believe they're doing it. And then you would be correct to say, yeah, but for the time, it was a moral action, because literally everyone would die if they weren't shooting.
Yeah.
So then what you're actually saying is morality is complex enough that you have to take context into consideration.
Yeah.
But it's not actually that morality is Now, some people believe, and I'm undecided, that morality is a technology that evolves over time. But I'm not sure if that's... I'm not going to say either way definitively, but I think it might be more that we see different facets of morality as circumstances change.
Yeah.
Like, and for example, the thou shalt not kill might be better translated as something like thou shalt not murder.
Yeah.
Similar to Avada Kedavra being the killing curse, it's more the murder spell, right? Like,
yeah.
You can't use it just to kill someone. You actually have to want to murder them.
Yeah, well, it's funny because, so I said the Baalists do these evil things. And then I said, and so this is partly why they're basically told to kill all of them. Then you sort of had kill all of them. There's that hypocrisy there. But these are baby murderers. And actually kill all of them to a certain extent. Like, if that's what these people do.
Except if it's permissible to kill baby murderers, right?
Yeah.
Then everyone you don't like is a baby murderer.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, maybe you have to say, no, I know myself and I trust myself and I am correct. But so are they. They're not just killing their babies willy-nilly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't even know if they killed their babies.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that sounds crazy. How, like, you look at the childbirth fatality rates, right? And, like, 50% of women died in childbirth or something. Maybe more.
Yeah.
You're sacrificing your first baby. How does a society continue to function? Now, maybe...
Well, Baalist society didn't really function from all reports. Like, it was horrible.
Now, maybe... Well, who's reporting?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's a bias source. So.
Like, what if they have this giant statue of Baal, like they had with Marduk? Like, so people with Marduk, right?
Yeah.
They had this giant statue of Marduk. They had one statue. He was a god in the statue. And he was the hero that slayed Tiamat. Right?
Yeah.
And so they would go to him, and they'd stick their baby in his hands, and that would bless the baby.
Yeah.
Like, your baby is a member
They're
of...
giving their baby to Marduk.
Member of the tribe. Now, let's say you have your... I don't know if this is the religion at all, right? But you have your Baal statue, and you've got... It's all spooky, and you've got your priests with their blood rituals, and you've got your fire burning beneath the statue. You put your baby in the arms of the statue.
And you sacrifice your child to Baal.
And then he gives it back.
Yeah.
Like... I mean, okay, we should kill all child murderers, right? Who are the Hebrews descended from? Abraham.
Yeah.
What did Abraham do to Isaac?
Almost killed him.
Yeah, he was willing to sacrifice him to God.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so you're right, let's kill all baby murderers. And okay, why don't the Hebrews start with themselves? And maybe the Romans did everyone a favor when they came along and wiped out everyone. And now Jezebel as well is interesting because I think she came from somewhere like Greece, something like that. Or maybe it was Cyprus. I don't know where they were from. But Elagabalus was from like country next to Egypt. Ethiopia or wherever, somewhere over there. And he was a Baal worshipper as well.
Well, one of the really weird parts about Kings, the end of Kings, Kings Part 2, is so Israel is falling to pieces. Like, it's been falling to pieces basically for all of Kings, but after King Solomon died, it's just been a mess. And there's these rulers who are only like ruling for 4 years or 5 years. And Nebuchadnezzar the Great shows up, the Pharaoh of Egypt and the King of Babylonia. And he's allies with Israel. And he keeps trying to save them from things that are happening. And they just keep screwing up and messing up. And I believe it's Nebuchadnezzar the Great who eventually invades them and destroys Israel finally. Because he got fed up with it. I'm not 100% certain because it's kind of hard. Like, I wasn't listening completely. I'm going to go back and listen. But it's like...
It's Nebuchadnezzar, not Kurosh, that they're talking about?
It's Nebuchadnezzar Great. That's what they say in the Bible. Pharaoh Nebuchadnezzar the Great, King of Babylon.
Okay.
Or King of Babylonia, actually. It's not King of Babylon. And...
Isn't Babylon the city of evil in the Bible?
I don't know.
Maybe it became that later.
Yeah, but he's... It's kind of interesting how this Egyptian pharaoh comes in near the end of Kings and is trying to sort them out, and it's not working.
Well, Kurosh is really interesting. I don't know if you've come across him yet. He's the guy that gave the Jews back their homeland.
That's probably later on. The end of Kings 2, so it's Kings 2, this is in the Old Testament, and the end of it is basically the reason why they were scattered from Israel. And then it goes into basically, this is everyone descended from Abraham, here's all their names, and here's a short summary of what they all did. So you get to basically listen to Kings again in this short summary. And then maybe after that, it's going to be about them leaving, and then when they come back, because the first temple is still set up. The first temple it lasted for 400 years and then was destroyed. And then the second temple still exists.
So... You said Solomon's grandson was the guy who married Jezebel, right?
It's his grandson or his son. It's one of Solomon's descendants married Jezebel.
But there was a civil war before Jezebel came along between Judah and Israel.
Yeah, so...
And didn't Solomon rule both?
Yes. So, David was God's beloved. He was the shepherd of Israel. And he did almost everything right in the eyes of God and his commandments. The woman bathing on the roof. He
did everything right. He just murdered someone's husband so that
that was one of the things he did wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, he sent that guy to go die, but he got forgiveness from God. So Solomon the Great.
God's like, we've all been there.
That is kind of bizarre. So David is dying or he has died. And he has a lot of children because he had like 3 different or 4 wives, which is actually against the commandments of Moses, which really confused me. You're only allowed one wife, but David broke
Moses that. Also, I think it's in the Bible, said, "No one shall write in this book after me."
Yeah.
So, yeah, wasn't listened to, obviously.
Yeah. Well, actually, even before him, when the people were asked, this was one of the judges. This is like a super judge who was a prophet of God, because the judges were appointed by God. And the people of Israel were asking for a king. And this judge said, "You guys don't want a king. It's really bad news. He will require your sons to form an army and go fight. You have to pay a 10% tax. You'll have to do all these things." The 10% tax are stuck in my mind of, that's one of the big reasons why you don't want to have a king.
Well, the Americans had
it was like a 4% tax.
It was 3%.
Oh, yeah.
They had this horrible revolution.
Anyways, so King Saul was really good looking, so that's why he became king.
No.
He was taller than everyone. He was really good looking. That's why he became king. And then David took over after him. Anyways, because David took over afterwards, and there's some weirdness that a lot of children. There's this little mini civil war that happened right after King David died, or while he was diving, and Solomon basically squeaked in to become king. And then Solomon killed a bunch of people who served King David as like his close advisors, like the coup of getting rid of the old guard and putting your old people in there. Like he killed a bunch of David's generals and a bunch of his advisors and a bunch of his prophets.
And that way there wouldn't be any rivals for his power. Yeah.
Yeah, and so
it's pretty common practice in the time. And again, you say, oh, morality's evolved. Or was it because if you didn't do that, you had endless civil war?
Yeah. Well, so Solomon then has the whole deal with God. God comes to him in a dream. And he says, I loved your father, and so ask any one wish and I'll give it to you. And Solomon said, give me knowledge so I can rule the people well. And so God said, you could have asked for money, you could have asked for power, you could have asked for women, but because you asked for knowledge, that means you love your people, and I'm going to give you all three of these things. And your line will be good for whatever. I'm going to make sure your line rules over the city of Judea, or whatever. There's
Judah and Israel?
Yeah.
Or Judea, maybe? Yeah, I don't
know. You will rule over the city forever, is basically what I said. It is one of the 13 cities of Israel, the main big cities.
Yeah.
And so Solomon built the first temple, and he was a really good ruler. He was pretty tactically sound, apparently. He had like 70 wives and 300 concubines or 400 concubines, and he had children with basically everyone. And so... And like his main wife was the daughter of the pharaoh at the time. And so his wives built Baal statues and they built Asherah and they worshipped on the high places. And that really pissed off God. And so, yeah, God basically said, after your death, your family line will be scattered. But because I loved your father David, you will still rule over Judea, but you won't rule the rest of Israel.
So that's when it split.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the question, right? Solomon's this wise guy, right?
Yeah.
So why didn't he use his wisdom, if I can think of this, and say to God, oh yeah, I failed as a ruler, huh? Yeah. Well, maybe you should have given me better wisdom. Yeah? Maybe it's your fault, huh? Well, and then you get the Job treatment of like, do not question me, I fought Leviathan, blah, blah, blah.
Well, one of the bizarre things, so I think this is one of the really dark parts of Kings 2, is basically Israel is falling to pieces. Jezebel's death is horrible. Do you know about it?
I didn't get to that part in the Dark Lantern yet.
So she is, so it's right near, like, all of her children and grandchildren basically keep getting murdered, and like a new one becomes king, they rule for 4 years, wherever a new one becomes king. And so this prophet at the time sends one of his sons to a military commander, and the guy tells the commander, so this is like a lesser prophet, tells the commander, go kill the current king and take over as king of Judea or king of Israel, one of the two. Yeah. And he says, do this and clear the evil of Solomon's line. Well, it's not Solomon's line, it's Solomon's son's line from rulership over Egypt. And your family shall rule for 4 generations. And so the guy goes and he kills the king. And he's having his own coup going on. And Jezebel's in this high tower in the city. And one of the guards there has always been loyal to God. And so he takes her and he throws her off the tower and she falls to her death.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then she was still the mother of the king, so we have to bury her. She was cursed, however, which is her flesh will be eaten by the dogs of Israel. So they go down to find her bones. And all that's left are her hands and her feet and her hair. And because the dogs ate her. And so it's like, leave her bones there. Anyways, so this guy destroys all the Baal statues, but he doesn't destroy the Asherah statues, and all the Baal worshippers actually get rounded up and put in a temple of Baal, and then they're all murdered by the guards. And a few survive, but it's... So basically Israel's going downhill, and it's because they're doing all these things according to the Bible. And finally this one king shows up, and he is this super devout guy. And he destroys the Asherah, he destroys the temples of Baal, he kills all the priests who are against him. He's doing all this. He's basically like trying to turn Israel on the right track. And he follows every single law because every once in a while, like in the story, it will do that. Like, so-and-so did good in the eyes of the Lord, but he also did the evil of his father and still worshiped these things.
Good in the eyes of the Lord, yeah.
But he did evil as well and did all these things. And continued the sin of his father. So this guy breaks the chain of doing the sin of his father. He does everything right.
Just murders a bunch of people.
Well, yeah. But God says, it's too late, sucker. The people of Israel are evil in my eyes, and I shall cleanse them from these lands and wash it clean. So,
And you remember I was telling you about the Baal worshippers a while ago, how they get results, like they ask for rain and it rains, but when God has asked for rain, he doesn't make it rain.
well, it's interesting. You told me that. So there's a point in the Bible. Again, this Bible's a bias source. But, so one of the prophets who challenges the Baal worshippers, he says, all right, get together all of your top priests of Baal.
Is that Levi or?
I think it was Levi did this. Yeah. He's the main character of the Dark Lantern, Levi.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so this is Levi, I think. So he gets together all the Baal worshippers. And he says, all right, now prepare whatever rituals he wants and take this bowl and put it on the pyre and have Baal make it catch fire, basically, and burn as an offering to Baal. And so they're doing all these things. They're like chanting to Baal, they're cutting themselves, they're throwing blood onto it, they're doing all their worships, and it doesn't catch fire at all. Then Levi prepares his own little site, puts the bowl onto it, and it bursts into flame and disappears. So in the Bible, I mean, it's, again, by a source, but...
Well, the Dark Lantern, it's when he's a kid, right? So the later books probably get to the part where he actually... But at the start, when Jezebel first marries, the Baal worshippers are saying, you have to follow Baal or it'll never rain, and we can make it rain. And...
Because there was actually a famine, and Levi saved a bunch of people from the famine. He fixed it with a bunch of stuff. No, it's one of the weirdest parts to come across. This was the man of God. He's this hairy man. He's not Levi. This is after Levi's passed away for like maybe 50 years or something.
Yeah.
And he's this prophet, and so King basically wants to acquire him to help him out. And so he sends an army of 50 men to go find him. And it's like, are you the man of God? Yeah, I'm the man of God. What do you want? I want you to come back with us to the king. No, be gone. And he calls down fire and kills all of them. He's casting flame strike on these people. He does it twice, and then the third guy shows up. He's like, look, the king ordered me to come and get you. I don't want you to call down fire on me and my men. Can you please come with us? Let me check for a second. Hey, God, should I call down fire on these guys as well? Nope, no, you can go with them this time. Okay. No, it's downright brutal, though, at times, what these prophets do to people.
The flame strike isn't multi-target, huh?
No, it is.
Is it?
Yep. It's a very small area. It's not a 50 people area.
Right.
This is more like Firestorm he's casting.
It's been a while since I played Baldur's Gate, but I seem to remember it just being a very high damage single target spell.
You target one person, but if there's people standing next to them, they get hit as well.
I see.
But it's a very small area. Yeah, no, this is closer to like Firestorm to hit 50 people. But I was just like, this guy's casting clerics. Well, so this hairy man, I believe, there's a boy who dies basically from sickness. And this part had me going, wait a minute, what's going on here? And his mother's basically, he helped them out before. He gave them, they had a jar of endless yeast and another jar of endless oil that he fed them all with.
Isn't most yeast kind of endless?
Well, he was told by God, like, this bad times are going on, there's starvation. So he's told by God, go to this widow's house with her and her son and basically ask them for food. And so he goes in there, he's kind of have some food. It's like, well, all right, sure. I'll cook you some bread. And then me and my son are going to go and die because we have no food left. So this is the last thing we're going to do. It's like, well, no. Take your oil, and you'll find that this last jar of oil you have, there'll always be oil in it. And this last jar of like yeast or baking stuff, there'll always have stuff in it. And so she made bread for her and son and him, and they all ate, and they survived. And the next day they can make it. The next day they can make it. Yeah. And then later on, tax collector came because she owed a bunch of money. And it's like, I have nothing. I can't pay them. I'm going to lose my house, and they're going to sell me and my son into bondage. And he says, go to all your neighbors and gather as many containers as you can, and empty your oil jar into these containers and sell that oil. And then you can pay off the bondsmen. So they have their jar of endless oil, so they pour it into the other jars.
Isn't that an exploit?
Well, after that, the jar no longer had endless oil after it filled all the containers. Mm-hmm. But, so her son dies from sickness. And she basically goes to him and asks him, my son's dead. We'll see about that. So he goes upstairs into the room where the son's dead. And he lies himself down on top of the son. And he puts his hands on his hands and his face on his face. And he breathes into him. And then he comes back to life.
That's gay. Wow. I wonder with the oil, right? Like if this prophet fellow found a glitch which he taught to the widow, and then God patched it after he noticed them exploiting it. And God's like, okay, it's this little bug, whatever. And then he saw them exploit it. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I guess there's a decent amount of like prophets with superpowers, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
I find
Well, one of the really unfortunate things about the prophets a lot of time is the king will go to a prophet and say, "Tell me good news," and the prophet goes, "Hey, good news," and the king's, "You're lying to me." "Yeah, you're going to die." Like that happens so much. Is the prophet really doesn't want to give them the future because the future isn't good.
right.
For that person anyways. Although in one of the cases, the king went to the prophet and said, "Tell me what's going to happen." And the prophet said, "Yeah, you're going to die of your sickness." And the king's like, "Please God, don't let me die from the sickness. I love my people. Let me rule just a little bit longer." So God's like, "Alright, you get 15 more years, then you're going to die." So that was like one case.
Ask and you shall receive. Yeah. Knock and the door shall open.
No, you I think you straightened me a little bit on the getting annoyed by people. Just
Well, I do think it's a shame when people abandon such a valuable book because it has abused them, or they perceive it as of its output having abused them.
yeah.
I think
But I did. The other options sometimes seem worse. That's not a good statement, but it's righteous anger of a young man.
if so you're saying, like, what you could say is that, well, the Christians are better than everyone else, right?
Yeah, that was basically my line of thought. It's better than everyone else.
There's
Fault in them, yes, but
there's evil Christians, but at least on average they're better than everyone else or something.
yeah,
And I don't know if that's true or not, but we had the preacher of the woke church come for dinner and not be a member of her faith to some degree, like mocking people for not wanting rainbow crosswalks, but still defending like Christmas and whatnot because we're a Christian nation, and she's saying how we can't use that we're a Christian nation as a defense for. But it was interesting because she had a lot of redeeming qualities as well. She seemed like a very, like, she offered a prayer to God as she left, and it was quite a well thought prayer, and she seemed very compassionate about various forms of suffering. And it makes it really seem like, if a strong man is sick, he's not strong, right? Like he can barely lift a feather, but he's a strong man. He's got a virus. It kind of looks like that. It's like, this is a compassionate woman of God, but she's got a virus. I don't know. And you say, well, why can we have... Well, first of all, we don't have crosses for sidewalks.
yeah,
That would be kind of weird. We don't have swastikas for crosswalks. No. But if we did, the nation we built, for right or wrong, is a Christian nation.
yeah.
And if we love our nation, then we shouldn't be so quick to abandon it, I think.
I think... I'll continue.
Well, I don't... It's just general sort of thoughts. Like, I think that there's a lot of videos on YouTube of, like, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're like, I'm a rationalist, and I don't believe in God, and I'm so smart, and I'd beat and defeat creationists with facts and logic. And I do think they're missing something. Like, you can't... But on the other hand, something burns you so badly, and I'm not saying they're right for it. Like this, I don't like being dismissive, I guess, in general.
Splutter. I think where this is coming from, where this thought is coming from, where this outrage is someone just saying, "Why would you read that?" Makes me think about a lot of other times people have.
Yeah, it's like you can read what you want.
Well, it's that, but it's also they've dismissed Christianity, or they say it's evil, or they say it's bad, and it's very much the
Well, it's weird to dismiss your mythos.
Yeah, but it's
of your nation.
It's this hatred towards a thing that overall I see as good, but also it's seeing it as the only evil. It's like it's the case of the Afro-Caribbean slave trade of white people taking slaves bringing them to America and the islands in the area, enslaving them. And slavery is a white person thing to black people. That conception there. And that gets taught. It is the history that a lot of people know. And it runs a lot deeper than that. There is far more in slavery than that. It's not the sin of these people. And in fact, like, Great Britain is responsible for slavery. So Great Britain is responsible for ending it in certain parts of the world. But no, Great Britain's evil because they had slave trade. And then Christianity is evil and it's this bad culture. And I don't know because they were destroyed, but like, they're older, so let's go with someone else. The Roman culture, because we have a slightly better understanding of these super warrioristic people. Like, would you rather... We're proto or post-modern Christians, I guess.
Yeah.
Would you want to be post-modern Romans?
Sometimes I think it might be better. Because Christianity is very much a religion of the weak and the enslaved. Whereas Roman morality extols the virtues of victory and strength. And it does, like, the first shall be last and the last shall be first in the Bible, right? It's this idea of you'll get yours and we slaves will rise up and will be great, right? Like, it is a religion for slaves, Christianity. And there is something beautifully pure about the Roman, like, the people that win the most are the winners.
Yeah. It's also, the poison that is used against Christianity, honestly, is the weak.
Well, it's the exact same thing that happened to the Romans.
Yeah.
It's just... we're even weaker. Like the Christians were saying we're weak and therefore we're better, right? Yeah. Like, that was kind of the Christian ethos. And now it's happening again. And I've said this before, how I wonder if the Romans thought that the Christians were crazy and it would never go anywhere.
Yeah.
And in the future, the rainbow religion will...
Well, I don't think it will survive because it's self-cannibalizes at a faster and faster rate.
I mean, Christianity, you believe that there's 3 that are 1 or 2 that are 1, and you have, like, the wars throughout Europe throughout the Dark Ages were endless about, like, the devil is real, or the devil is a metaphor, or the devil is as strong as God, or Jesus was a man, or Jesus was a god.
Yeah,
Christianity was self-cannibalizing too, and Christianity is full of contradictions, and you have the people that add on to it disagree with the people like, well, actually, no. Christianity has less contradictions, but Judaism has a lot of contradictions.
I guess I just don't like the dismissal of my background.
Yeah, no.
And my culture. And someone can disagree with it, someone can espouse why it's wrong, and we can have a conversation, but the dismissal of it...
I think what happens, like, I see a lot of people talk about how white people are horrible and awful, right? It's often to gain a laugh. And, as someone who hasn't been able to apply for certain agents and who's told explicitly whenever you apply for a job that you're at a disadvantage because of your skin color, and has been told, hey, don't rape, don't beat women because of your skin color, right? Like, and has had help forums tell me when I asked for help with mental health problems, well, of course you're in the wrong, you're a white man.
Yeah.
Like, help forums, places for people who are depressed or worse, right? It doesn't seem like a dismissal to me. It's like, this is my life, right? But I think, when Family Guy does it, you're like, okay, they're joking.
Yeah.
And so when someone says, why are you reading the Bible? It's like, you fuddy-duddy, straight-laced, crazy Christian, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And I think, I'm not saying the dismissal is lesser, but I think the consideration might be, like, if you think of how a lot of people are racist to the French, right? Yeah. But they're not seriously thinking about how that hurts French people and how racism is bad and where it may lead, right? Yeah. But when someone in the Balkans is racist to someone else in the Balkans, they are being racist with a very deep understanding of how damaging that racism is, because they want it to be damaging.
Yeah. Like,
the Serbians want the Slovenians to feel pain from their racism. And the Greeks want the Turks to know that they are a lesser form of man. And so I think that, it almost makes it worse in a way, maybe not, but I think it's a very careless dismissal, let's say, of religion and of racism, skin color, all that sort of thing. It's just this sort of, white people, am I right? Or, reading the Bible, am I right? And yeah, careless, I think, is the right word there. It's this sort of, if we abandon all the foundations that we are built upon, who cares? Because life is good right now. And that's my problem with the Pratchett as well, right? Like he deconstructed all the myths. And
So we had a teacher, grade 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And we had these book studies.
Yeah.
And one of the books that we read was Secret Trainway to Canada.
Yeah.
And another one...
Like the Underground Railroad?
Yeah, Underground Railroad. Another one, I can't remember its name, but it's basically right at the start of some of the slave revolutionary movements in the United States. The story follows, so there's these two young boys, and one of them's the son of the plantation owner, and the other is a slave.
Okay.
And they're best friends. And he's saying to his friend, when I grow up and take over this plantation, you'll be my boss boy. Saying, like, I'll give you the best position that you can get as a slave. And story goes on, and the guy grows up, and his life isn't great, and then he escapes slavery, and he goes in the city, and he starts getting educated, he learns to read, and then he's having a fight in the street, basically, against this people in the city. And one of the officers he attacks is his best friend when he was a boy. And there's a conversation, the whole thing. Anyways, the story's not that important. It's more of the content of treating people based on the content of their character, righteousness, not being racist, being a good person. So there's all these stories that we learned. And so what I took from them is these values of equality, and like men and women can be equal to the extent they can be equally respected. Like the races can be equally respected. That sort of idea of this fairness and justness. And you explained it to me, but I didn't quite understand it. And there's a certain lack of understanding to this thing, just not knowing. But we had these pizza days where it's like only the First Nation students could go get pizza.
Yeah.
And there's actually a logical explanation to that.
I mean, sort of. It's the First Nations paying for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's a bit weird.
It's a bit weird, but...
to have a racial government.
Yeah, it felt very unfair to me.
Yeah. Well,
especially based off these lessons that I was taught.
Just because there's an explanation doesn't mean it's correct or that it's not, or that it is fair, right? Just because there's an explanation.
Yeah, but it like these lessons that I was taught, like throughout grade 4 and 5, and even they continued in grade 6 and 7, and were even being taught in grade 8 and 9 when I was like coming across this.
And it's like, this is contradictory to what I was taught.
And it was very fun. So there's this woman at the high school who was in charge of this sort of affair thing. She had this little office in the corner, had a nice window that looked out from the school. And I'd go into the office and just talk to her about this. And I can't exactly remember the contents of our conversation, but she had a very interesting way of dealing with me to a certain extent, which is she would give me the pizza because she was in charge of that. Or she would like give me the granola bars because I would ask for them because I saw that they got it, so I asked for it. And
it is really, really weird, right? If you step outside of the life you live in and say, we have a racial government.
Yeah.
Now, I think the American First Nations do a bit of a better job in some ways. The Cherokee, for example. Yeah. So the Cherokee, you aren't a member of the tribe unless the chief says you're a member of the tribe.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who your parents were. He can let you in or he can kick you out. Mm-hmm. And so it's not a racial group. Now, it is mostly a racial group, but it's not quite a racial group. Yeah. Whereas in Canada, having a racial government, like, it's like, isn't that everything that all the stories say is terrible? Like, we had apartheid, and we have the division of society in southern United States.
Strange hypocrisy in Canada notwithstanding. Beyond that, I guess notwithstanding is not the right statement. But beyond that, I was taught a lot of this fairness stuff, let's say. This proto-woke ideology, or not like the basis of it, but the liberal, I don't know if it is liberalism, because I think conservative people can also have these opinions. But it's like, it's okay to be gay. It's okay that this, like...
Liberalism and conservatism aren't opposed.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to, like, what's a general term that I can use for this? Like the early 2000s, 2010s, early 2010s of just equality and... Is that the right word, or is it equity? I don't know.
Well, probably liberalism.
Yeah, liberalism. And they seem to be just and fair. Like, they seem to be good ideas. And then so many people who say they're following it aren't. And so many systems that say they're doing it for this aren't doing it. And it's this very strange thing.
Well, let me tell you about this little thing called Gamergate. And
well, it's funny because I probably talked about this on the podcast before. I've probably told you about it before. It's I was playing Dota 2, and our mother came in and saw us playing a hero called Lena as a fire mage with an exposed midriff. And it's like, oh, is this a sexy character? My son's playing this game. And so she made us like, is this a fat guy's fantasy character? Like, is this attractive woman? And it was a kind of throwaway comment, I think, on her part. But I got really uppity about that. And so I, like any good person of my generation, went to the internet to find refutement for a statement that irked me. And because it didn't seem entirely fair to me to have that statement. And so I came across Thunderfoot talking about Nia Sarkeesian. And then I was talking to you about this, and you said, oh, if you want someone who has a really good finger on this whole thing, look at Sargon of Akkad. So that's where my indoctrination began. But it was driven by me going, this isn't fair. And I was taught fairness, and it's not fair. Yeah. I think I've moved beyond that thought now of it's not fair. Like, there are things that are unfair. And I think I've gotten a little too morally righteous every now and again in my opinions of getting uppity about things.
no, I really want to bring it back to carelessness. It's important. Well, it's important to defend those things you believe in.
Yeah.
And it's also important not just to well, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? It's like you don't understand things, so you dismiss them.
Yeah.
You think you understand them fully. So that's actually probably what the midwit meme largely represents, right? The idiot knows that they don't know enough to make a decision.
Yeah.
The midwit thinks they know everything there is to know about the subject. And the enlightened person realizes they know basically nothing about the subject because they've learned so much about it. They, like, my own, like, I was very much with Bitcoin, I was like the midwit, right? I was like, okay, I understand this. I kind of have a grasp on the technology, although not really. And I think this is the future. It makes sense. So cool, great. And years go by, I'm buying Bitcoin. And a couple of questions enter my mind. And I go, wait a minute. So I look stuff up and I learn more. I learn how the technology actually works to a greater degree. Still don't really understand it, but to a greater degree at least. And I start having all these questions. Like, okay, so it's based around the idea that everyone who has Bitcoin is a stakeholder in Bitcoin. And they all agree about how much Bitcoin every other stakeholder owns. Which means if someone has 50% or more of Bitcoin, they can actually choose how much Bitcoin everyone has. And the thing that is restricting Bitcoin is the idea that... What are you doing? The idea that the thing that is restricting Bitcoin is the fact that the calculation is based upon every single stakeholder. So the more stakeholders there are, the more complicated the calculations get. And therefore, the more computer power is needed to create new Bitcoin. To be able to have your say in saying, I have this much Bitcoin. And so my question is, okay, so I kind of understand that now. But my question is, let's say a new Bitcoin came out that it turned out took a 1,000th the power to do all the calculations, because Bitcoin's this huge power draw. It's this horribly wasteful thing, right? Yeah. Bitcoin mining, just draining a significant percentage of the Earth's power. Like, it's like 2 or 3%. Like, it's huge.
Yeah.
Or let's say that we get the nuclear fusion or the solar power, whatever it might be, and now we have unlimited free power. And Bitcoin's so much better now. Woo! But then what's preventing me from mining as much Bitcoin as I want? And it seems like, as far as I'm aware, that the insane power draw is a security feature of Bitcoin. And if you have unlimited power, or Bitcoin is easier to run, that security feature goes away and Bitcoin becomes worthless. So there is no way to have a power-efficient Bitcoin because that's built in as an important feature of Bitcoin.
Mm.
And I thought, wait a minute, so this is never going to be, this will always demand a huge amount of power is wasted on this imaginary product just for the whole system to keep running. And it doesn't matter how much power, let's say it's 3%. I don't know the actual number, but let's say it's 3%. It doesn't matter how much energy you produce, you always need it to be a significant portion of the available energy, like 3%. And if you have unlimited free energy, it fails. So you always need it to be wasting, like if you have a Dyson sphere and you have a human empire of 100 planets, well, you need to devote 3 of those planets to just Bitcoin. Otherwise, the whole thing fails. And I thought, wow, that doesn't make any sense. I clearly don't understand this technology. And additionally, if I'm a stakeholder, why is my money all with Coinbase? Because they can choose what because as a stakeholder, I choose who has how much Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
Like I have a millionth of a percent say in who owns what Bitcoin. Except I don't have a Bitcoin wallet. It's on Coinbase. And I thought, wait, if Coinbase is storing this, then I'm not even a stakeholder. Coinbase is the stakeholder.
You just have an IOU from them.
I'm just a stock investor on a volatile market.
Yeah.
I'm not invested in Bitcoin. I'm invested in Bitcoin stock. And it's not even a normal stock where they produce something. It's where they produce nothing. So I'm just gambling. And so I was like, the more I learned, the more I was like, I know nothing.
Yeah.
So I got out. I was like, I don't know anything about this. I need to get out. And I was like, once I go back in, once I learn enough, then I'll go back in. And I haven't wanted to learn enough. So I'm like, okay, if I don't want to learn anything about it, then I shouldn't be doing anything with it. Yeah. And that's you think you know everything until you learn more, and then so when you know everything, you know that you're wrong. Basically, it's a great way to it's a great way to figure out if you're wrong is if you think you know everything about a subject. Like I see there's a new bill in the United States to ban TikTok. It's not specifically to ban TikTok. It's to ban media companies owned by foreign adversaries.
Yeah.
Or to force them to sell to the United States. And I've seen people say, I can't see anything wrong with this law.
Mm-hmm.
And why are people getting in such a fuss about it? And okay, if you can't see anything that's wrong with it, you don't want to be creating that law. You need to find some drawbacks before you're like, okay, I'm willing to pay those drawbacks. I'm willing to risk them, because that means you don't understand it. And yeah.
I wonder if it goes the same way, because Canada's online harms bill, safety, whatever it's called, Bill C-34 or 43. We have a new one.
Oh, where you can
go to prison for crimes you're going to commit.
Yeah, like if you're considered a risk to be posting hate speech or something.
Yeah, you can go to prison for life.
Well, you can be held indefinitely, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's not prison for life. They're basically, you're a terrorist if you have the chance to. It's basically an extension of the Terrorist Act the Conservatives put in.
Yeah.
Where they said, we can arrest you if we suspect you of terrorism. And like that you will do terrorism, which I thought was horrible, and I would never vote for the Conservatives because they created this law. The Liberals came in, I didn't vote for them, but they came in and they didn't get rid of this law, and now they're extending it to extend to you're a risk for hate speech, I think. Yeah. Now, I haven't read the bill, so I don't know if that's actually what it says, because it's a problem, right, where they do stuff, like the Liberals especially, they do stuff that is so absurd that if you tell people about it, they'll say, obviously you didn't read the bill because that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
And maybe this is one of those times. But sometimes you look at the bill and you're like, no, they froze bank accounts. No, they actually made conversion therapy only one way. This is what the bill said.
Yeah.
And so in this case, well, first of all, I hope that it doesn't pass the Senate. And I hope it doesn't pass, if our Governor General is worth anything, I hope it doesn't pass them.
Yeah.
And if it does pass all of them, I really hope that's not what it says. I should probably look it up and see what it says.
So well, I'm going to read it through.
But I have this issue, right? We live in this time where it's possible to know anything. Not about everything, but anything that is out there, you have the ability, like new laws, right? Yeah. You have the ability to look up and read all of them. You have the ability to look up all the terms and understand them fully and learn them, right? So if you talk about something and you're ignorant about it, it's your own fault because you could have looked it up ahead of time, right? But that's an insane standard. Like, you must know everything about everything at all times.
Yeah.
It's like, I have things I want to do in my day. And if we didn't have the internet, I could just ramble about how evil the government was and how, like, we thought, oh, well, unlimited knowledge, nobody will ever be wrong. And now there's all this ranting about misinformation and disinformation. Yeah. But the whole misinformation, disinformation, that's just people being mortal.
Yeah.
You can't know every nuance of everything. Like, even though you can always blame someone because they could have just looked it up. It's right there. Yeah. It's all there. It's like the entire internet's there.
I'm going to use that. That's being mortal.
It's too much. There's too much of it. Well, I think worse than the mortality, it's the whole misinformation is just a way to get around free speech.
Yeah.
It's just a way to sneakily block free speech. Like that whole TikTok blocking bill. It's like, well, it's propaganda. It's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. We should block propaganda from countries we don't like. Yeah. Just like China does.
Yeah.
Just like North Korea does.
Well, with the Canadians bill, if it is what it is, I'm kind of with what Short Five Kotaku did, which is because it can be applied post
hoc.
Yeah, post hoc. So the law's passed, and then crimes you committed in the past can now apply, even though they weren't a crime at the time.
Yeah.
So when he saw it coming, he called Justin Trudeau N-word as his response, saying like, to act government add all this stuff of basically come and arrest me then.
Well, what I said this, I don't remember quite a few episodes ago, but it's like, if you're going to get arrested as your country slides into totalitarianism, better to get arrested early and often, right?
Yeah.
Like you want people to see that this is affecting random normal people.
Yeah, well, that's like...
Now, I might not be the best defender of this, given, 3 episodes ago, our most popular episode by far, I was defending Hitler, but I wasn't defending... I was defending his beliefs. Some of them.
Yeah.
By saying that they were rational, not that they were correct. But, people look at that and they're like, oh, this is the kind of guy that's going to jail. But, if it's just an ordinary person going to jail, they're like, whoa, hey, I know that guy. What's going on? Whereas if you just sort of cringe and hide from the law, what happens is they slowly boil the frog and you just see people disappear until there's no one left. It's like I didn't speak up for the Jews, and then I didn't speak up for the gays, and I didn't speak up for the cripples, and now there's no one to speak up for me, right?
Yeah.
But if everyone speaks up at once, you get like 1 million people arrested up front, and then they're like, wait a minute, the government just arrested 1 million people in a day.
Yeah.
Maybe this law sucks.
Yeah. No, so
maybe a law that makes 1% of your population criminals is a bad law. Or maybe you're El Salvador.
Yeah, so I'll look at the rule and then I'll see if it's worth violating.
Yeah. Well, I don't think... No, maybe it is worth violating. Like, I was going to say just do what you do and don't care about the law either way. But maybe it is worth going out of your way to violate the law just so that you don't risk hiding from it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the answer to that is, but that is a question to consider. Because you could say just do what you would say anyways, but you will slowly there is a risk of slowly self-censoring because it's not worth it for the tiny little... It's like, okay, I just want to make a point. I'll just use another word. It's like this little side point. It doesn't even matter. And you do that again and again and again until suddenly you're afraid of the word.
Yeah.
Like with the preacher that was here saying these racist things and having family members go, yeah, and saying more racist things. Horrible. And I was horrified, right? And I was scared to say anything. It's like... And then now I do wonder, maybe, and this is where you justify it to yourself maybe, or maybe I'm correct in this wondering, but after the fact I was like, okay, what do I do? Do I bring this up later? Do I not? Do I just let it lie? What do I do? Thinking about it. It gets weird because you know who's really annoying? Moral busybodies. People, you shouldn't say this. You shouldn't say that. It's like if people want to make their jokes about making fun of white people, it can be a bit of racism for the shock of racism can be fun.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't see it as being just a joke about the shock of racism for the sake of racism. That doesn't mean that wasn't what happened.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I have said, this happened years ago, but I said something like, we shouldn't help black people and First Nation people. We should help poor people. And someone got horribly offended by it and super upset. And I didn't say anything bad. I still don't think I said anything bad. But they heard it in the worst possible way. And then some, because the worst possible way still isn't that bad in my mind. But, they thought I was being horribly racist. And so it's like, am I that person right now? Am I that person because I am so hurt and afraid and confused?
Yeah.
That it makes me feel sick, like I'm at risk of getting an ulcer because of... And when you feel that sort of like... It's tricky. It's like when you feel that ulcer growing sort of feeling, right? It's like, is this a time?
Trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too.
But I think they're wrong. Well, the words are wrong, right? Either way. But if they're a joke, then the people aren't wrong. And
so
there's proper ways to do it. Like, you can make a joke yourself, right? Like, oh yeah, we all hate white people here, eh? And you can, and then they can be like, whoa, wait, what was I just saying? I didn't think about it. I didn't care. I was being careless.
I don't. All right. I think that's being too much of the snake that we all hate white people, and then realize that's social conversational engineering. You talk about the moral busybodiness, so maybe this is me being too rational or whatever. I don't know, or not rational, but trying to treat people as logical and straightforward. The trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for the doubting too. So make these racist jokes, and you feel this twist in your gut. You say, "Hold up, why are you being racist?"
Well, they might not be being racist.
Well, no, you say, "Hold up, what's with this racist joke, or what's with this?" And say, "Oh, it's just a joke." Okay, because right now where I'm standing, well, you said felt very racist to me, and I don't know if in your soul you're intending a joke, or in your soul you find it morally acceptable to be racist. I don't know the standing.
Yeah, that sounds like an SJW, right? Like play that back about like just some harmless, like, okay, two rabbi, right? They're walking down the street. There's a church. Okay, on the church is a billboard, and the billboard says, "Convert to Christianity, and we'll give you $1,000." And so they look at each other and like, that can't be real. That's crazy, right? It's like, okay, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna see. We'll split the money if it works. It's like, okay, cool. So the one rabbi goes into the church. The other rabbi's waiting outside. Half an hour passes. First rabbi comes out. Shaved his head. He's not wearing the little cap anymore. He's got a cross around his neck. He's carrying a Bible, walking out, shoulders back, head up high. It's like, oh, wow. Did you get the money? Says the second rabbi. The first rabbi looks at him and says, is that all you people think about?
See, I know you, and I know you're making a joke.
You didn't laugh.
I don't laugh at a lot of jokes.
It's a good joke.
It's okay.
Okay, there's 3 women in a knitting circle. Okay, I'll tell it after.
I get what you're saying of it sounds as W what I'm saying, but what... And you don't want to ruin the flow of the joke, but I think
like the part where it goes into this long lecture is the part that feels too far. Like, to me, you could say, whoa, was that racist? And then they go, no, it's a joke. You go, okay, and that's it. I think that's the end of the conversation.
That's what I meant. I was...
But when you went on and on and on, I think that's where it comes.
Say like one more thing after that.
You said like 2 more sentences. And I think that gets too far, right? Where you start lecturing someone. Like, I don't know if you have a racist soul or if you're like... Right.
Well, no, I wasn't saying you say it to someone. You just stop them there. Because what I was saying is I don't know you. I wouldn't say this to a person. But what I'm saying now is I don't know you. And something feels wrong to me. I need to find out why this feels wrong. I need to know if I'm in the wrong or you're in the wrong. So I'm going to find out. And during this, I will trust myself and I'll say what's going on. And I'll make allowance for you talking about me trusting myself. I do that a lot, I think.
Okay, and then at what point... You can't change other people, right?
No.
And it's even like a mental illness or narcissism to think you can.
Yeah.
And resentment, in many ways, is the anger of being unable to control others. Because you resent what someone did, and instead of abandoning that person, at the most extreme, you instead stick with them and further your suffering, and so you resent them because you're sticking with them and trying to change them, and they're not changing.
Yeah.
Because if you don't care, you stick with them and you don't do anything. And if you do care, you leave and you don't have to do anything. But resentment comes when you stay and you try to do something, right? So,
all right. So you made these racist jokes. I'm an insecure little bitch.
Yeah.
So, are you being mean to me or are you making a joke?
And it turns out they're racist, right?
Yeah.
And I guess you just say, okay, thank you, I'm done, and you leave.
Yeah.
And they say, no, it's just making a joke. And you say, well, but if someone's being careless, right?
Then you ask them to care.
Right, but if you ask them to care, then you're trying to change someone. Or what you can say, okay, what you do.
Well, okay.
No, it's a boundary setting, right? You say,
Yeah.
can you please be careful with your language for me about this thing, right? Like, I'm more sensitive about this. Can you please be... But then what I worry about... Well, it's the same worry with all boundaries, and maybe it's a false worry, because you set the boundary and then you can change it. But the worry, whether or not it's false, is that you tell everyone how to treat you, and then they're not authentic to you, and you live in your little fragile, cordoned off world. And that's my concern with boundaries in general. But the thing is that boundaries are correct, and you do see, maybe it's a fear of boundaries trying to justify itself, right? Because what you're doing, what's going on when you say, oh, well, I don't want to set a boundary, because then what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, do I need this boundary? And then you listen to yourself and you say, yes, I do. And then you need to ask for it, because you cannot... It's just out of reach. But it's like, you cannot deny yourself. Yeah. But it's like...
Well, this... to be super Ayn Randian, I don't hold this position myself, but to be super Ayn Randian, we enjoy each other's companies, right? This is two people, okay? I'm not saying this. So two people. We enjoy each other's company. Thus, we can continue to spend time with each other because we both enjoyed each personally. Now, if you want to keep being around me, I require for you to start doing this. Is that price too high for you to pay?
Right.
Yes, it is. Okay, we no longer spend time around each other.
Because irrespective of whether they are right or wrong, it still makes my experience of being with them worse.
Yeah.
And the only person who is right... Okay, so where do boundaries... Boundaries intersect with the idea that your personality is negotiated, in that you can set whatever boundaries you like, but you have no recourse other than to abandon those who violate them. You cannot enforce them upon the others. And so if you say you need to refer to me by these pronouns or I can't stand you, that is entirely a valid, correct choice, as long as that is what you truly believe.
Yeah.
But you cannot have any resentment for those who decide not to use your pronouns. Now, that doesn't mean you put up with the people who don't use your pronouns. That means you abandon them.
Yes. If you put up with them, then you are violating boundaries yourself.
You're violating your own boundaries.
Yes.
You are being cruel to yourself. If you need people to respect your pronouns, then you must tell them to do so. And now that might make you an asshole to demand everyone say your preferred pronouns.
Yeah.
And so that is where the negotiation of your personality, which is negotiated with others, is that you are a jerk. You're a terrible person.
Yeah.
But you can still set the boundaries you need to set. And if everyone leaves you, that's fine, as long as you don't demand... So the issue comes in when you say, I have a right to your presence and what you do while in my presence.
Yes.
And the thing that makes that a problem beyond mobility is when you make it law.
Yes.
Because then...
There's no longer a negotiation between individuals.
So in my situation with these people, taunting white people, I say, okay, can we talk about something else? Like, if I don't want to get into this whole, like, here's my bound, I can at the very least say, hey, can we talk about something else? And if they say, no, we're talking about this, we're having a great time, what are you talking about? You're a real downer. It's like, okay, I'm a downer, I'm out of here, because I need to talk about something else.
Yeah.
So I'm gone. I get so scared. And that's one thing Jordan Peterson also talks about, right? He says, you need to stand up for what you believe in. And if you're in a position where you can't stand up for what you believe in, you need to get into a position where you can as fast as possible.
Yeah.
So I may have made the right choice, but the corollary to that is I need to get into a position where I can say, hey, stop being racist. I don't care what you do to me.
Yeah.
I don't care if I get excommunicated or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, if I went to that church, you'd be like, find a new church. Or if I was worried about, being abandoned or being kicked out of dinner parties or something, it would be, well, get yourself food from another source, or dinner parties from another source, whatever it might be. So the crux could be powerlessness, in which case the solution is to become powerful. For me to make myself powerful, not to demand power. It gets funny with this person didn't know they were hurting me, I let them know. And that's where boundaries come in, I guess.
Yeah.
You say, hey, this hurts me. And it doesn't have to be, oh, my mind is so broken, right? It's like, hey, this hurts me. Oh, geez, sorry. That's all it has to be, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, this hurts me. They're like, well, no, it doesn't. It's like, yes, it does. No, it does. That doesn't hurt you. Why would that hurt you, you little baby? It's like, no, it does hurt me, and you should feel bad. And I'm not, this conversation is going to go until we're both crying. It can just be, like, I dated someone whose aunt was killed by bears, right? She's like, hey, don't talk about bears around me. I'm like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to, no, you should be strong, and you should talk. It's like, no way. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about bears, right? Like, it's that simple. And maybe someday she says, okay, we can talk about bears now.
Yeah.
That's her fight. And it doesn't have to be this, like, it's gone already. I thank God it's recorded. Because what did I say I could do? I said, I can say, what? Hey, this hurts me? What did I say? Like, someone says the racist thing, or that I perceive as racist. I'm like, oh yeah, hey, you're hurting me. I was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, hey, you're hurting me, right? And they don't have to feel bad.
Yeah.
They shouldn't feel bad because they didn't know. How would they know? I didn't say anything. They are not at fault. And that's where the resentment comes from. The resentment is, I didn't tell them that they were hurting me, but they need to know they were hurting me. They should have known. Why didn't they read my mind and know they were hurting me? I didn't tell them they were hurting me. This preacher, who's a wonderful person in many ways, as I said, seems like the kind of person, if I said, hey, you're hurting me, she'd be like, whoa, geez, okay, yeah, sorry. And maybe it would change her whole world, and she'd stop. She'd put swastikas on all the rainbow crosswalks, and we'd dance happily off into the sunset.
You ruined it.
Because no one ever told her, hey, you're hurting me.
Yeah.
But I have run into people where I say, like, it's no excuse, right? But I've run into people where I say, well, this seems racist. And they go, I can't believe you're such a racist. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, whoa. And so I'm afraid. But then there's more to that, right? There's social ostracization. But it doesn't need to, yeah. It's not actually a concern, but I feel it in the moment. And it's like, and hey, you're hurting me doesn't have to be like, you have destroyed my soul. You can literally just say, can we talk about something else? Like, that is, hey, you're hurting me. That is the same thing.
Yes.
People are able to read a tiny bit of context. And maybe it's not the bravest thing you could say, right? But it's better than what I did. I just sort of sat there like,
yeah.
Okay, so 3 women, pregnant, sitting in a knitting circle. They're knitting little sweaters for their babies once they're born, right?
Okay.
First one, she stops and she opens her purse and she takes out a pill and eats it. And then she continues knitting. And the other 2 go, oh, what was that? She's, oh, it was a vitamin D pill. I want my baby to be super healthy, never get sick. So I'm taking vitamin D pill. Oh, cool. Knitting. Second woman stops, reaches into her purse, pulls out a pill. Oh, what was that? Oh, there's iron. I want my kid to be strong, super strong, like be able to bench press 500 pounds, you know? So I'm eating iron pills every day. Going along. Oh, nice. Knitting. Third woman stops, opens her purse, takes a pill. Oh, what was that? She's like, thalidomide. Thalidomide? Yeah, I just screwed up the sleeve on the sweater.
The awfulness of that is what makes it funny.
Well, it's more than the awfulness. It's the absurdity.
Yeah.
It's like she could, like, you can undo stitches, right? And you can make a new sweater. You can not have a sweater for your kid.
It's also the having no idea where it's going to go, because you can guess, but you're not 100% certain in the blind side.
But okay, so I got one left. That's
yeah.
Good. What other horribly offensive jokes can I think of right now?
It's not even offensive. It's just horrible.
Okay. This one's actually so bad. It's not even funny. It's just funny because it's so bad. So,
I have a question for you on that. Do you couch those jokes in that, or do you just tell them?
Depends on the circumstance, I think. Okay,
Yeah.
so this woman's at a bar. This handsome black man walks in, sits down beside her. Smooth as ice. Says, can I buy you a drink? And she's like, yeah, certainly. They get talking. Amazing conversation. Smart, witty, funny. Talk about jobs. He's got this amazing career. He's a rich businessman. They hit it off amazingly. They have so many things in interest. And he said, and they go to the door and he says, I'd like to walk you home if that's all right. And she says, I want you to do more than walk me home. I want you to show me if what they say about black men's really true and treat me like a black man treats a woman. So he stabs her and takes her wallet and runs away.
Oh. No, it's funny.
I think it's funnier to tell than to like read, because you read and you're like, that's not very funny, but then you tell it and you just feel like the fear of telling it in a way. You're like,
The humor of
I can't believe I'm saying this. Woo!
Well, yeah, it's that, but the humor of that is just how awful it's the same thing. I write like little comedy bits as if you would tell them out like stand up. And one of them is based around the joke, why do women wear makeup and perfume?
Because they're ugly and they smell bad.
Yeah. It's such a quick little
I like
joke.
that joke,
It's
yeah.
such a quick little joke. And the comedy sketch, I don't remember. It's based around this quick bit of offense and then going further into exploring what makeup's doing. Because, like, you look at some people wearing makeup and then you reach out to touch their face. And you, like, touch these chubby cheeks and you pull your hands away. And it's like this gorgeous person with these hollow cheeks. I'm like, what the? And so you walk around them in a circle. You're a liar. What's wrong with your face?
Well, so women, right? Their fat distribution is a lot different from men. Like they carry fat a lot better than men do, typically. Because men, it kind of all goes to their gut and like, bleh. But women, it's like their face and their neck, and it all looks kind of even for the most part.
Yeah.
But you see a lot of these women, and they have their chin sort of tilted forward. So you sort of pull the fat back to the neck, and you can't tell, and you get the camera angle just right. And you know, if you don't see like their side profile of their gut sort of hanging over their knees, like a woman can be like 100 pounds overweight and not look overweight.
Man can be 5 pounds overweight and look like an ogre.
No, men can get away with it to a certain degree, but not nearly as much. Like a thing that unfortunately happens with a decent number of men is they don't look overweight, but it's because they have no muscle mass.
Yeah.
And so they're about the right dimensions for a man, but it's because it's all fat.
Is that what the skinny fat term is? Because I've never understood it.
Yeah, it's like you look like a sort of normally proportioned man, or maybe you even look like thinner than normal.
Yeah.
But you're only thinner than normal because you have like zero muscle mass, and it's everything else is just fat, kind of making up for it.
I'm going to say the most as Chad as I can be for why I don't understand that. I just have so much muscle, it's not comprehensible to me how you can be...
Yeah, it just makes no sense.
Well, it's actually, even on body type, I was at the pool with our dad. We went to the gym together, and afterwards we were at the pool.
Go on.
And we were swimming laps, and he's preparing for a marathon. And we were talking about, like, I'm just not experienced with swimming. I was swimming for a long time. I was getting very tired. And I was saying, is it a lot harder for you to, like, I was noting, like, I'm sinking a lot further than I used to. I can still have, like, I have slight neutral balancing, but, like, basically my nose and mouth are above water and everything else. So is it any harder for you swimming with, like, how fast you sink? I was like, yeah, it's pretty fast. How fast is it? It's like, I don't know. And so he just stopped swimming for a second, and he plummeted into the water. It was unbelievable how fast he sank. And then he swam up again. And so there's, like, just different, like, dense bones, dense
Iridium
muscle.
bones.
Like, he just dropped. It was, like, he sunk faster than he took him to swim back up again. It was insane. Women are ugly and smell bad. That's what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, then you shapewear. You throw that in, and everything's out the window. You got these things. They push your stomach into your chest, and you push your legs around your ankles, and your
Legs around your ankles.
well, I don't know. You don't. And then there's liposuction, and things get crazy. There's basically, thankfully, for whatever reason, the Hollywood look doesn't. I don't like. I just think they look kind of weird and ghoulish. But like, what was the Barbie actor?
Margot Robbie.
Margaret, yeah. People were saying, "Oh, she's so beautiful, she's so beautiful," and I was,
She's okay.
she's like, the thing that I find most attractive is fitness, right? And she's not like strong looking, really. She's just this sort of like, like people. I don't know if she actually has nose work or not, but you know, people with those their little noses and the sort of sharp angles. It's like, you know, you get. I mean, look, if you can't compete with this bad boy, I've got. To describe my nose, I think it's quite a good-looking nose, really, but it's got like a diamond in the center of it. It's very rugged.
It's just like, very lumpy.
Rugged.
It's very bulbous.
It's like a craggy cliff face.
It's very bulbous.
No, it's not bulbous. It's sharp.
Yeah.
Bulbous is like round. My nose isn't round. It's like a rock. It's like a jagged. It's like a troll nose.
Yes.
It's like the kind of nose a troll would have.
Yes.
But like a cool troll. I saw this thing. It was
No, except the cool troll nose. That describes it.
It was fake, but it was a conversation between C.S. Lewis and Tolkien.
Yeah.
It was a fake conversation, but someone was doing the voice acting, and C.S. Lewis was like, "How does C.S. Lewis' actual voice is super pretentious?" I was listening to him. he did sort of uplifting messages during the war,
Yeah.
and so there's a couple of recordings of him, and he's got this very pretentious voice. But he was like, "Hey, Tolkien, old chap, I've written you into one of my books." And Tolkien's like, "Oh, very good. Yes, what is it?" And C.S. Lewis is like, "Yes, well, I wanted to have you as one of my characters, so I made you the man who makes the wardrobe. He's the the children go into the house. Well, that man is you, and so you're in my book, and I thought that'd be fun just to have my best friend in the book." And sort of thing. And Tolkien's, "Oh, well, wonderful. You're a character in my book too." Said, "Oh yeah, really? Yes. You're a tree." "I'm a tree? Yes, but it's a cool tree. Don't worry, it can talk."
Well,
And then someone in the comments said, "And the interesting thing about this tree is once it starts talking, it doesn't stop."
the thing is, I would actually take that as a compliment from Tolkien. And it's because it's not like I take it as a compliment because I respect his works as it is. But the other is he has a line, "I wonder what like to be a beech tree," or something. Like he pondered on what it's like to be a tree.
Big tree lover. Yeah.
But it's just even that sort of like mentality. Like he loved trees, but he'd probably ponder what it's like to be a rock.
Yeah.
Like your friend had that conversation where
Do you think neutrinos are lonely?
Yeah, neutrinos are lonely. It's like that sort of level of just like where their thoughts go.
I had this weirdest thought about rocks being consciousness. About rocks being conscious. It was this idea of it was like, how would we know if a rock was conscious? Right? Like, what? Because a rock can't move.
Yeah.
Like, plants at least can produce sound and they can kind of wobble, but a rock can't do anything. And so, if everything was conscious individually, there's this idea of Gaia, the entire Earth is conscious, but no, like each thing, like a rock is conscious, a piece of wire is conscious, and you can't tell. And what does it mean to be a conscious rock? Can it perceive its environment, or can it just think in a nothingness? Because we use our sensory, like plants, they use sensory input, right? They say, okay, this is hot, this is cold. Does rocks feel hot and cold? They don't have any nerves.
So, one of my favorite Terry Pratchett's, I think it's The Science of Discworld, where there's the trees are wondering who keeps making the lights turn on and off.
Yeah.
Because everything lives relative to
their own perception, yeah.
Yeah.
And little gnats have like long, fulfilling lives.
Yeah.
So they get to spend as much time as they need on Earth, and because their perception's so fast, yeah. But like a rock, it doesn't feel sunlight like a tree, right? As far as maybe it does. We don't. But as far as we're aware, we don't see any sensors on a rock, right? And you can't kill a rock, right? Like you can kill a tree, but you can't kill a rock. And so if you split a rock in half, a conscious rock in half, is it the same consciousness in both halves, or is it like two rocks now? And is one of them the original, and or are they clones, or do they diverge at that point, or is it like children and they have totally different thoughts than the parent?
Well, if fracturing makes them go insane, then every single rock's insane because.
And if it's like a metamorphic rock and it has other rocks embedded in it, are those like its cells, or are they other rocks, or are they?
They're like slimes.
And if unliving things can be conscious, are dead people conscious? And if dead people are conscious, is it still through human perception?
If I knock someone in the head really hard and they collapse, but are they conscious?
Okay, how about this?
Is an unconscious person conscious?
Yeah, but is it the body conscious, but then the mind is a different thing? And so the mind goes out when you knock them out, but the consciousness of the body remains. And so is the body and mind an interface then, or are they two consciousnesses in one body, or?
Sorry, you just made me think of something I want to say to a vegan. If they come to me, it's like, it's a conscious being you're eating. I'm certain they knocked it out before I had it.
It's horrible. Well, and they don't. They
No.
like, jeez. Well, depends, but no, they don't typically. Fish, they do.
Yeah.
But most animals, they just slit their throats, or they shoot them with a nail gun in the head, or they break their necks.
It's not a nail gun; it's an air gun in the head.
Well, if you're lucky. I've seen video of pigs being killed with a nail gun,
Okay.
and it's not efficient.
No, the air gun's for efficiency.
But like
Because what it used to be is so a slaughterhouse, you'd have basically the goat would walk through and lead all the other animals, and you'd have like like depending on your production, burly men with hammers. An animal walks by them, they hit it, drag the body out, hit it, drag the hand in the head. And so the more efficient is a guy with just an air gun and goes kapow to the back of the head.
I've also seen video where they like stick a cow in this giant crane thing and they flip it upside down and they cut its throat and then it just bleeds out to death with its throat.
That's halal meat, is it not?
Yeah, well the thing was, this was a kosher meat factory.
Yeah.
And that is not kosher at all.
Yeah, that's halal.
Isn't halal an Islamic thing?
Yeah, you drain the blood while it's still alive.
But halal means bad, right?
Well, it's called halal meat of like, this is meat that's not halal, maybe, I don't know, but it's like you drain the blood from it while still alive. I could be wrong, but there is something about draining the blood out of it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that, I think, for Jews.
Yeah, but I think the Muslims do.
But this was a Jewish meat factory, so it was kind of...
Yeah.
I don't think the Muslims would do it because it makes it taste bad if you have a panicking animal sort of...
Well, I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
This is what you said, the not knowing.
Yeah, maybe the Muslim... Yeah, well, you should know, because it's possible to look up... And maybe we should take a radical stand, bit of Sartre, and not...
Look it up.
Just to... Because, you know, the...
Well, this is something, though, that I want to know.
Because the offside... But there's so... Like, the offside rule, right?
Yeah.
I thought about this months ago, where I could just look it up. I was like, but do I need to?
This is the same thing of Callum refusing to talk about the date.
Like Calvin and Hobbes?
No, Callum.
Oh, I don't know.
So, what's his name?
It's like, my photographic memory of comic books has failed me.
Yeah, no, Mr. Astrology. No, not astrology. Astronomer man.
Neil Bohr. No, that was physics. Tycho Brahe.
Neil Tyson?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
So,
he's an astrophysicist.
Astrophysicist, yes. Astrologist. So the astrologist...
No. He doesn't deserve that title.
The astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he was talking with James Cameron.
Yeah.
About...
Like the Titanic producer?
Okay. Yeah. They're talking about the scene in Titanic where Jack's in the water and it's freezing. And he said basically the stars are in the wrong position for that time of year where they were in the world. And James Cameron said, well, I guess if I had gone back and made the stars correct, I would have made another $30 million or something to that extent. Of basically, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's so good. That's perfect. Wow. What an artist.
And so...
I forgive him for Avatar.
Callum basically refuses to say what date it is at the start of the podcast when he hosts it. Because the date doesn't matter. It's the content of the show they're giving on that day.
So... I was reading a blog recently on Tumblr, and Tumblr doesn't date the blog posts.
Yeah.
And the person was saying, like, I very strongly believe this thing. I very strongly believe this thing. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. And then they were saying, I don't believe this thing. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. I didn't know which way it went. I was like, they changed their mind, but which way did... I think the date is actually useful. But the whole... that's so good with the... Because... I was talking about...
It was more the principle thing, though, for Callum. He forgot it one time, and someone made a comment on you forgot it. And so, because he's the way he is, he'll like, I'll show you, and I'll never say it again.
I don't think doing things out of... Like, spite is...
Yeah.
You should do things because you want to, not out of spite. But
well, it's not entirely... He's trying to prove a point. And the point never got proven, because everyone's just like, why don't you know the date, Callum?
But not knowing the date, but knowing... when it is or something like it's summer, that's all I need, right? Like
that was what he's basically trying to do. But
and that's why Protestant Anglican being on time is white supremacy, because it's enough to know that the sun is rising, the sun is setting, and you go out when it's warm and you come in when it's cold, and you put on lights when it's dark. You don't be a slave to the time zones and everything. It's good. But I was talking about a few episodes ago about this idea of people obsessed with facts, like objective facts. And that is the perfect counter to it. Like that, Neil deGrasse Tyson is the perfect example of someone obsessed with facts.
Yeah.
And James Cameron is the perfect counterexample of it doesn't matter. If, like, because, like Mahler, his video analysis, it's all like, well, here's an error and here's an error, and this doesn't make objective sense because there's this plot hole and there's this plot hole. It's like the plot holes really don't matter. The story matters.
Yeah.
And if you just look for the plot, and it's like, well, I want to be able to have an objective, like, I don't know if you ever watched Patrician TV's review of Morrowind.
No.
But he basically just says the plot of the game because he's objective.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't learn anything in your 9-hour video because you didn't actually say, like, this was a very, like, Morrowind, one of the greatest games ever made to players and game designers alike. Like, it has the perfect open world plot. You're a spy, get acquainted with the locals, so just do quests, and that's, like, and have fun. That's
Do quests and stuff.
That's the goal of the game. It's perfect. And then a world which feels so real, it's scary. Like, it's overwhelming in the whole, like...
So I've just seen people in Morrowind eat poisoned apples. What are you doing here? Oh, no. Lord!
But...
And then they start jittering out of the chair.
Like, they have supply... Like, everything makes sense, right? Like, okay, the mine is here, and so that's where the miners are. And oh yeah, where's the metal come from? It comes from there. And oh, that road's blocked, therefore this place doesn't have that metal. Like, everything's connected, everything makes sense. People have their lives. And... But what that does, it's not... Like, Skyrim's a bigger world, right? But Morrowind is overwhelming. You're like, I can't travel from one side to the other. This is a real world. It's too much. It's too big. It's like Outward. Outward does the same thing where you're like, this world is so big. You know how it's hard to think of proper examples, but like Link to the Past, when you played it when we were little, right? You're like, okay, I can go into the castle and follow the orders and there's that whole little bit. But if I go to the right at the start of the game, there's this giant wastelandy desert thing, and there's all these terrifying creatures. If I go south, there's this giant lake, and it's like this game world is not one I can comprehend in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Like, it's just this endless world, and that's the kind of thing open world games try to do. Breath of the Wild, you're like, okay, so I'm standing on top. Okay, you're standing in the Rito village, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, go to the hot springs at the bottom of Mount Doom. And you're like, okay, so there's like 3 mountain ranges between me and there. I have to cross a chasm. I have to, like, it's this whole... But Morrowind, I think, feels bigger than all of those. Like, you don't just get to skip over it. Like, there's this thing called the Ghost Wall. It's this giant wailing wall.
Yeah.
And okay, I can't cross that. I need to do something else.
I think Baldur's Gate 3 also Baldur's Gate 1 feels very big in that sense.
Divinity 2
Yeah.
feels massive.
Divinity 1 feels massive.
Divinity 1 does as well. Like, the weird thing about you, for some reason, have played a lot of CRPGs and, like, beaten them. Like, Pillars of Eternity, Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. Baldur's Gate 1.
You beat Baldur's Gate 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Not 2?
Not 2, no.
Okay.
2's way bigger.
I've
played a lot. I haven't beaten a lot, but I've played a lot.
And CRPGs, I've beat a few, right? But they are such overwhelming games.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're like, I can't devote my life to this thing. It's too big.
Well, if you stop playing them, then you come back to them, you're like, ah.
Yeah, I don't know where I am. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Yeah, they're huge. And it's a problem because they're kind of my favorite genre in a lot of ways, but they take so much from you. I just go, I'd rather just play another round of Slay the Spire. But I did read something once where a guy said, okay, so someone said, I'm not into gaming as much. I just don't feel like I have as much time, and someone said, just find stuff that works with your friends. Like, maybe you play some simple online game, like a bit of Minecraft or something. And maybe instead of doing a big D&D campaign, you try a couple of these one-shot things. Or maybe you try a bit of Arkham Horror instead. You do a little dice rolling game, right? You figure out what works in the time frame that you have. And someone replied, when you get into your 30s, you learn you gotta work with what you've got. Because everyone's got kids, everyone's busy, they've got schedules. And someone replied to that who was in their late 40s. And he said, what I learned, me and my friends learned the hard way, is do not give up those things that you love.
Yeah.
It will be much harder to do the things you love, but you have to try anyways. Because otherwise you're not actually doing what you care about.
Well...
yeah, sorry.
So, we had this... we played Divinity 1.
Yeah.
Thursday nights. That's when we played it.
Okay.
And kind of like golden opportunities for like every Thursday night we played Divinity. And Divinity 2... we had troubles, like we didn't have the right computers, but we were going to play it. And this golden opportunity appeared.
Oh, what, the pandemic?
Yeah. play Divinity 2. Didn't work out. We're still going to play Divinity 2.
Yeah.
Still going to happen. And I'm not giving up on that.
Okay.
But it's not something like, oh, the time frame is going to be more. No, we're going to play that damn game.
Right, I see. Like, it's not, okay, we'll just have to find some smaller game and we'll it's, you do it even if it's in fits and starts and even if, Yeah, but anyways, they're so big, these games.
Yeah.
That you, like, I got this game recently. It's called Bionic Dues. And it was on sale for like $2. And I was playing it. I was like, this game's amazing. The music's amazing. The gameplay's really fun. It's really cool. It's by Arson, so it's like the most wacky, deep game ever. They're the people that do The Last Federation.
Yeah.
Where you're that Hydra that's the most powerful being in the galaxy. And they do that game where you're playing Age of Wonders, but you're a god trying to make each side even. And they do AI War, where you are outnumbered like 1,000 to 1 against an AI and an RTS, and you have to win. And it's just how you win is by cheesing it. Like, you're supposed to cheese it, basically. Yeah. And so they do all these amazing games. So this game's called Bionic Dues. And I was like, this thing's amazing. So I beat the first mission, and it's like, all right. And once you beat this mission, there's 49 more missions, and then there's the final boss. I refunded the game because I was like, this game's amazing. I'm not starting a 50-game campaign. Like a 50-mission campaign. And I was actually thinking about it with board games as well. There's this, like, legacy games. Just give me a one-and-done game. It's too long. It's too much of a commitment to a thing. Now, with the CRPGs, it's worth it.
Yeah.
With board games, it's not worth it to me. But with CRPGs, for a number of reasons. The biggest one being you have to play with the same people. And I think the thing of a board game is you pull it out and play with people that are there.
Yeah.
Instead of... Like, a board game is to facilitate a social interaction, not to plan a social interaction around. That's me, anyways. But,
I think it can be both, personally.
We're going to go and we're going to do Pandemic Legacy every Thursday. It's, ugh. I don't want to be enslaved to a piece of cardboard.
Sounds like you'd be fun to have a D&D group with.
Probably not.
That was sarcasm. Or rather, that was lying. I told a lie.
Well, D&D started as a drop-in, drop-out game.
Yeah.
So, really, it's the Dungeon Master's fault that it isn't the superior form. I just think these, like... I've got this really cool game, right? It's Risk Legacy. It's super fun. Everything, you have too many nukes on one spot, the area gets wiped out. It's crazy. It's, oh, cool, can I play? No, sorry, you're not in a group. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't like that. Or like Seafall. It's like, oh, this game's, it's this trading game, it's this economic, it's really interesting. It's like, oh, neat, can I try it? It's like, no, you're not in my group. And it's, okay, well, you play it a lot? No, because the one guy's not around. Or the other guy was busy. So it just takes up space? Yep, that's what all legacy games do.
Yeah.
I think the only way they work is, like, roommates. Like, you have to play with your roommates.
Yeah.
And you have to do it, like, frequently so that you're done in, like, 2 months. So that one of them can, leave the house. And then it's like, you're just playing a game to be done with it. And it's like, okay, I have so many games on the go right now, right? Like, I've got a Battle Brothers game on the go. I've got Age of Wonders on the go. I've got Dominions on the go. I've got Baldur's Gate 2. I've got Vampire the Masquerade. I've got Morrowind. I've got Skyrim. I've a bunch more, right?
Yeah.
And the processes of my brain are all getting used up with trying to remember where I am in all these games. I've got the Battle for Wesnoth campaign. I've got the Heroes of Might and Magic campaign. And I find myself at times going, okay, I'm just going to buckle down and I'm going to beat the Wesnoth campaign, and then that'll be done, and then I can finally have fun and play something I like. It's like, wait, what am I doing again? Why do I have all these games? What's the point? Am I trying to have fun here or something?
Yeah.
Now, the funny thing is, this doesn't happen to me with books as much. Like, I have a backlog of, like, 500 books, and I don't tend to panic about it.
I thought it was only about 100.
My backlog?
Yeah.
No, it's like 500 books.
Okay.
Yeah. No. It used to be more close to 500, but then I read, like, 150, and then I got 150 more. But I got them for free. It's fine. And I didn't steal them. They're on a free book website, a legal free book website. They're serials. It's okay. It's fine. I'm not breaking the rule.
Well, you also got other books for free. Presents.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I got a lot of books like that too, of course. But
I thought that's what you're referring to. I was like, I know where you get your books, and then your justification actually said.
No, no, no. Most of my books I do not get from presents in the slightest.
You have more books from present than most people own.
I buy way more books than people give me, and I get even more books for free from like serial websites and that.
Yeah.
I buy thousands of dollars of books.
And you read them.
Yeah. Well, it would be a bit of a waste of thousands of
There's
dollars.
people
if I
who have
didn't.
like book addictions where they have thousands of dollars of books and they don't actually read them.
Yeah. Well, my problem is that I run out of books, and so I buy more, and then it's a very expensive hobby.
Yeah.
See, video games are a super cheap hobby.
I'm making Warhammer a cheap hobby.
You spend like $3 on like Skyrim, and you're set for life.
Yeah, I've spent so far I've spent $15 on Warhammer.
Paint?
Nope. Buying X-Acto knives and glue.
Oh, you're doing this trash hammer thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I print out pictures
Well,
online.
printing isn't free.
It is if it's your dad's printer.
Right. So
It's still a lot cheaper than getting minis.
yeah, printing's actually quite expensive, but yeah, cheaper than minis. I mean, like, okay, printing's relatively expensive. Like a thing of paper is like 2 to 4. I don't remember. It's been a while, but it's like $2 to $10, let's say.
Yeah.
And then a thing of ink is like $60, and that gives you a couple thousand pages.
Yeah, and so 2 pieces of paper has printed me an 18-unit army.
Right. So for like $80, you can print off a couple thousand sheets.
Yeah, so my army has
Which
taken
is
2
like-
pieces of paper.
One big minifig.
Yeah, my army has taken 1 piece of paper. I'm not done putting it together. But that equivalent army,
How do you kill troops? Or are they all individual tiles?
I'm cutting out stands,
Yeah.
and then I'm taking the image, and I'm cutting out, I'm gluing it double side to a piece of cardboard. So they're a 2D miniature upright.
Oh, they're standing upright.
Yeah, you know those like
Yeah.
card things for board games? I'm making those.
Oh, weird. I thought they were just like top down.
Oh, you can do that as well, but I'm not.
I think that'd be way easier.
Oh, it would be.
Yeah.
But I want these to look good.
Sounds like work.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
but anyways, like, that army that I'm making probably would cost me, like, I don't know, $200 if I was to do it with minis.
Probably
That's
more.
not including the paint.
probably more.
Yeah.
If you do a full army, yeah, it gets crazy.
This is not a full army. This is a small army.
Right.
Like I said, only 18 units. It's 5 vampire knights, 5 skeletal watchmen, 5 zombie dogs, 3 werewolves, 1 necromancer.
Anyways, these video games are huge, right?
Yeah.
And the question or the thought is, it's sort of like when you beat the game and you look back on it, you're like, did I really do all that? That's like, jeez.
Yeah.
It's like going. It's kind of the equivalent of going on a bit of a journey. Like you paddle 500 kilometers or something, and you're like, or maybe less than that. You paddle 200 kilometers, and you're like, wow, I really paddled 200 kilometers or something.
Yeah.
Or I don't think I've ever paddled that far, but it's that same feeling. I've biked further than that. I think I have.
Yeah.
Have to do the math, but yeah,
Yes, you have.
probably. But you look back and like, did I really traverse all that in between? And there's all this space and there's all those things. And games like Breath of the Wild, where it's like you come at something from a different angle and it's something else there, and it's. But then Morrowind, have you ever played?
No.
It's free. You can get it for free from Bethesda's website, I think.
Rats.
What?
Sorry, no. I just like Skyrim. Why would I play Morrowind if I could play Skyrim?
Just they're different games.
I will download Morrowind into Skyrim. That product's going to be done in like the next 10 years.
The Morrowind and Skyrim are different games. So Morrowind is much more of an open world than just a story thing, and
You think I play the main quest in Skyrim? I've already done that once.
Morrowind has a hit chance instead of hit detection for combat, so it makes combat really annoying, and its weapons can all break.
You remember what I tried to sell to you, Helldivers 1?
Yeah. Okay.
Your hit chance thing.
So I was thinking, like, you like Dota, right? And you talk about Dota, and it's this sort of like, what's going on? I was thinking, do people like Dota for the same reason people like Slay the Spire? Like, okay, so I had the Slay the Spire build, right? Where I had, I was playing as the Shade, which is a modded character, where he takes 1 more damage every turn, but he deals 1 more damage every turn. per hit. No, sorry. This was a different run. I was playing with the guardsmen, so I was playing with 40k guardsmen, where every time you kill a unit, you get a point, and every time you get 6 points, you get a new guardsman in your troop.
So I'm just going to edit in static, slowly filling the audio at this point.
No,
and that's what's going on in my brain.
So every time my attack cards, I do 1 damage per guardsman in my army. However, they're not affected by strength because that would be crazy overpowered. But I was able to get a card from the Silent, which means every time you attack, you deal 1 poison. So therefore, I was actually able to do far more poison than a normal attack would do. So I was able to do 6 poison per attack instead of the normal 1 poison per attack, and which meant I was able to completely break the guardsman unit.
That's ability draft you're talking about. That's people who play ability draft in Dota are like that.
But isn't that like? Is there anything else in Dota? Because
see what ability draft is. So each hero has its own abilities set, right? Ability draft is at the start of ability draft. It's 5v5, and you're assigned a random hero from the Dota pool. And then all the heroes that have been assigned, so those 10 heroes, all their abilities get taken, and they're put into a pool. And then it's a round robin. Each person gets to select one of those abilities from that pool and put them onto their hero. And you go until all the abilities are gone.
Right, okay.
And so you build.
But the feeling of someone telling me about their Dota game,
yeah,
that's kind of the same thing of me talking about a Slay the Spire game,
yes.
right? Like it's
yes.
Hey, look, these
please stop. I don't need any more war torture.
These deterministic systems interacted in an unexpected way, which let me win.
Yes.
But I assume there's more to Dota than just ability combinations?
Yes.
Just like positioning,
reaction speed, overall strategy, mindset, awareness, timing, understanding of matchups.
So, yeah.
Mind games, you can make other people lose the mind game.
See, the thing is, if someone told me about their Slay the Spire build, I think I wouldn't be that interested either.
Yeah.
But I was kind of... it's actually a slight concern I have for modded Slay the Spire. There's a lot more items that allow you to get cards from other players, like from other classes. And that's interesting, but the problem is that classes are often balanced for themselves. And the very rare items like the Prism or the Note that was left behind in the base game are meant to give you like 1 card from a different class, and that can be game breaking. But when it's like a regular thing with all the mods I have, the game becomes this weird sludge.
Yeah.
I gotta purge mods every once in a while.
Probably.
Just to keep it a bit more in line with what it's supposed to be. Doing that with my wish list on Steam recently, just got rid of a couple games from it. But yeah, with books, I don't get overwhelmed. When I have like 500, except sometimes I do, and then I think, okay, if I just finish this book, then I'll burn through this book, and then I'll do this, and then I'll be done. And okay, I'll spend extra time. And no. You're here to have fun.
Yeah.
Or
see,
to enjoy the experience.
That's sort of my thing with watching anime. Is there'll be like a bunch of different. Well, this one looks good. This one looks good. This one looks good. And then I'll like watch 3 of them, and they'll go, yeah, that's enough, and then I'll just close all of those tabs that I was planning to watch of anime.
I find one of the things that helps, unfortunately, it's actually funny when I'm like, I've got the 500 books, right? Yeah. I'm like, okay, come on, don't be good. Oh, dang, it's a good one. Now I'm stuck with it. Yeah. Because if it's not good, then it's off my list and I'm free. Yeah. Woo. But that's the exact opposite mindset to have. Like, 500 amazing books?
See, mine with the anime is like, yeah, I've had enough anime.
But I think with like video games not getting overwhelmed, and with books, the secret can be actually, well, first of all, don't get more. Like, do not buy more. Do not get more. But secondly, I think the wish list might be part of the problem. Like, if you delete the wish list, you'll forget about the ones you don't actually care about.
Yeah.
And the other ones will stick around. The problem for me with the video game wish list is my wish list is like crazy long. Like, it's 100 games long or something. But the reason it's long is because I'm interested in game design, not that I'm interested in the games. So I just want to play the game for like 2 hours. I don't actually want to have it as a regular game I play. I just want to...
You're the free samples person of video games.
But I take the... No, I'm a thief. I need things to steal, right? So because
the 3 samples person is a thief. They go to the different restaurants.
No, but the 3... that only makes sense if I'm a chef and I take free samples from other people's restaurants to copy their recipes in my own.
There might be chefs that do that.
But
I was not I'm not a chef. This hat, it is just to look like an atomic mushroom. You know, it's. I really like explosions.
so I'm like, ooh, that's.
And this apron, this is so I don't get carpentry dust on myself. You know, I do a lot of carpentry, and so the white apron keeps the carpentry dust off.
But occasionally I play a game like Lunacid, which you got me for Christmas, or I've been playing Age of Wonders again recently, and
Which one?
3.
Okay.
And I go, man, some games can be fun.
Yeah.
Like it's like I go, like, I forgot games were fun.
Have you played Dark Messiah?
Of Might and Magic?
Yeah.
Years ago, yeah.
Oh, that game's fun.
Sort of. My problem with Dark Messiah, my hands were hurting already by the time I was playing. That was part of it. But also, it's a problem I have with a lot of like Metroidvanias. It's not a Metroidvania, but it's like there's these immersive sims and Metroidvanias are the best genres in existence when you're going in the right direction. But when you get frustrated, they just become so annoying. And the stealth sections in Dark Messiah are so frustrating.
Yeah.
They like bring the whole game down.
So that, I know you've already watched it, but that is what is so amazing about Half-Life. Like Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. You're going along, you get stuck, right? You're like, and you get that panic of, I'm going to get frustrated, I'm going to get mad at this game, I can't figure out how to beat this section where I'm supposed to go. And then you stop, and you go, this is one of the best games of all time. Designed by some of the smartest people ever to make video games. Why am I being stupid? Or it's not why am I being...
I played Link to the Past with no guide. I think that Miyamoto is the greatest game designer ever. And my god, do you get stuck in that game.
No, that's what I say. Like, it's a different level, though, Half-Life. It's like, it's not even, why am I being stupid? It's, okay, what is it I'm actually supposed to do? Because it's not like, oh, there's this obscure thing you have to do, this jumper. It's like, no, it is actually, it's so, you know the things like, it's so obvious, like, oh.
Yeah.
That is, if you get stuck in Half-Life, it's that. It's like, oh, how did I not see that?
I just played a game called Pseudo Regalia.
Yeah.
Which is a game...
But it's not even like a frustrating, like, oh, how did I not see that? I'm such an idiot. It's just like, that's what I have to do.
So it's a Metroidvania 3D platformer.
Yeah.
Where you play as this cat, goat, bunny girl.
Okay.
With very little clothing. Who
Tell me more.
are you furry or something?
No, I just like furries.
Wait, right, anyways.
I think it is a completely legitimate statement.
You can't not...
Yes,
a furry is someone who likes furries.
No, furry is someone who wants to wear a fursuit and has a fursona.
Seems like splitting hairs. Alright, so...
No, it's not at all.
So
I can appreciate them.
I think fur is disgusting. I met this girl once who said, like, oh, it'd be so cool to have fur. And I was like, ugh.
No, wouldn't it be? Ugh.
Well, I don't like someone else having fur as well. Anyway.
No, it's literally, I like the drawing of them. Like, if it was in real life, that'd be horrifying. Like, a werewolf's terrifying, but a drawing of a werewolf's cool.
So anyways, it's like Mario. It's a 3D platformer.
Yeah.
With amazing movesets. But you unlock the moves because it's a Metroidvania, right? So you discover a move and now you can wall run. And you discover another thing and now you can kick off walls, right?
Yeah.
It is this massively interconnected world that is meant to be kind of done in any direction you want. But there's a best path. Yeah. And the problem is, I think part that I get so used to playing hard games, but there's a lot of speedrunning tricks for the game. And there's no tutorial for the game whatsoever. And so if you're like me and you get frustrated and stuck, you end up learning the speedrunning tricks before you learn how to actually play the game properly. And so I was doing like the last sections first and getting so frustrated that I had to, I have to wall jump at this exact pixel and then wall jump and then kick here and then do a backflip and then, okay, now I'm up and I go up. And I was getting so frustrated. And then I would get an ability and I'd be like, oh wait, and I'd get another ability. This is an easy game. Like, this is a really easy game. And I have been making it a nightmare for myself. And that happens to me, like, Link to the Past. I did, like, all the dungeons with, like, no gear. And then I found the gear later. Breath of the Wild, I get, like...
I don't know if you could do that though with Half-Life.
But if you can, I will find a way because
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know if you can, but this is the one. I do it because it's fun. It's trying to use the gravity gun to solve every problem.
yeah.
Because it's just easier to use bullets than to pick up terrain and launch at enemies. That can be fun to try to find the terrain to pick up and launch at enemies.
Yeah, I will find the wrong route and do it before I find the correct route. And that's probably why Tears of the Kingdom doesn't work for me as well, actually. Because I will just angrily grind away with like a single stick of wood to get over an obstacle rather than...
I just don't know if you can do that in Half-Life.
No, I'm not saying you can. But... And I hope you can't, because there are some games that do a great job of guiding the player.
Like, I think Half-Life, like, it's challenging enough, like, there's difficult parts, but just, like, that stupid, like, oh, this is unnecessary. I think Half-Life and Half-Life 2 are actually some of the best games ever made.
Yeah, a lot of people agree.
Like,
yeah.
But it's not... It's weird because it's like, oh, it's some first-person shooter you call it the best game ever, whatever. It's like you have nostalgia for it. No, it is...
Well, it's not just it's an immersive sim. Yeah.
Yeah, it is...
Sort of.
So good. Like, it is,
No, but
I think, actually one of the best games ever made.
in theory, immersive sims and Metroidvanias are my favorite kind of game. But in practice, I always take the wrong path and it sucks. Now that said, Blasphemous, I found there wasn't really a wrong path. That game does it really well. Except I found a hidden boss maybe earlier than I should have, and I died to it. And in Blasphemous, your body stays where you die, and it has all your stuff. And you can go to a statue and ask for redemption, and it'll destroy your body at a price.
Yeah.
But I'm stubborn, so I'm just trying to beat this boss with worse gear to try to get my body back. And
I want you to get a computer that can play Elden Ring. And I want to watch you play Elden Ring. Because the description of how you do things, I think watching how you play Elden Ring would be really amusing.
just do everything in the wrong order. Well, like in Dark Souls, I think I'm even doing stuff in the wrong order.
There is no wrong order in Elden Ring.
You'd be surprised. I'm very, like...
No, that's what's so amazing. There is no wrong order in Elden Ring. There is unintended order, but there's no wrong order.
Well, but like I was doing the unintended order in Pseudo Regalia, right? Yeah. And it was really annoying experience.
Oh, exactly. That's why I think it'd be amusing, is because if you do unintended order in Elden Ring, it's a really annoying experience.
And I was like, oh, wait, this is actually an easy game. And yeah.
Elden Ring isn't.
And Dark Souls, I definitely, like, I do wonder if I'm going in the right direction sometimes, because I, like, keep fighting the super hard boss, and I'm like, well, there's a whole other area I could go to.
Yeah, there is some branching paths, I guess, in Dark Souls.
And in Breath of the Wild, I went and did the... which one did I do first?
The bird.
I did the bird first, which is sort of the intended first one, the bird or the elephant.
Yeah.
I guess the elephant's the first one you're supposed to do.
Yeah, elephant's first.
But I did the bird first, and then I did the camel, which is the hardest one. And
I did the camel second as well.
Did you have 4 hearts?
I had Malefic's Grace.
Well,
Malefic's Grace.
Well, that would help for sure.
Oh yeah.
But the other thing, the very first thing I did though was like I went to one of the most guarded towers in the game because I just wanted to climb it, and I just stubbornly kept trying. I get very like tunnel visioned, and
See, I have the different thing. People say, like, especially a funny side of the coin, a different problem in video games, which, like Legend of Zelda getting hearts, or like Dark Souls, know how you can build up your souls. And you get stronger by building up the amount of souls you collect, and you can level up.
Mm-hmm.
So I will play a game, and someone's like, oh, I want to beat this game with only 4 hearts. I see this game. It's like, what's the best way for me to farm hearts so I have 200 of them, so then I can play the game?
I think that's a much more fun way to play. And I used to do that, and something broke in me at some point, and now I play it in the, like, I only want to do it with 4 hearts. I think it's a superiority complex, and it's, like, ruined games for me. Like, I'm playing Battle for Wesneth on hardest difficulty, and it's so hard, and it's not fun at all, and I just won't give up, and I hate myself for it. And I don't know why I'm doing it to myself. And Cave Story. I've been trying to beat the final boss for, like, 2 months, and I hate it.
You know, like, when I played Baldur's Gate 1, I figured out that...
Oh, I abused Baldur's Gate 1 to no end.
Yeah, but, so, if you...
That was back when I had fun mode.
Yeah. So with if you play,
That was back when I enjoyed games.
if you want to play a fighter mage, you basically want to get to at least level 5, I think, as the fighter before switching to the mage. But then as a mage, you'll be under-leveled to the rest of your party. So, I said, Imoen, wait in this shack. And then I went into the Ankeg field. And there's a 50-50 chance that I'd be able to win a fight against the Ankeg. So, if I kill the Ankeg, I would save game, reload the area, like leave and come back so more wandering monsters spawn, and I'd fight another Ankeg. And so I did that until I got to level 5 as a fighter. And I was like, you know what? It'd be better to be level 7 as a fighter. So I got to level 7 as a fighter. I was like, you know what? I'm going to switch to wizard now. But I want to be a higher level wizard than the rest of my party as well. So I fought it until I was a level 3 wizard. And so I had a level like 7 fighter, level 3 wizard. And then everyone in my party who was joining was level 1.
Can you...
And their levels did catch up to me eventually. But
Can you multi-class prestige classes?
no.
Like a Cavalier would be so much better than a fighter, if you could do it.
No, you can't.
Because Cavalier is the best class in the game, easily.
Yeah, no, I had to be a fighter and I had to be a wizard. I couldn't do any of the subclasses.
It's like poison immunity?
Pancakes deal acid damage.
Right, but poison doesn't end in Baldur's Gate, so like
No.
a spider bites you, you die.
Well, some poisons end.
Well, okay, poison ends, but it takes longer than the amount of health you have, so you have to like just keep healing.
Unless you have 100 HP.
Yeah. The yeah, I don't know. I used to love like, oh, I did this out of order and I cheesed the game and I was having so much fun. But now I'm like hardcore challenge mode and it's not as fun and I don't know why I'm doing it. I don't know what the breaking point was. It like, okay, so I was playing Baldur's Gate and just cheesing it just before I got too injured to keep playing games. So it was really only after I started playing games again I started doing this to myself.
Did you ever encounter Sarvok in number 1?
You have to beat the game.
Oh, you've beaten one?
Yeah, I've
Okay.
I'm playing the Baldur's Gate trilogy, so I beat 1 and I'm partway through number 2.
Okay, yeah. I mean, beating Sarvok is a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, you have to cheese it like crazy.
Yeah.
I summoned like 500 animals and did a bunch of... It's harder in the version I played than yours as well.
Yeah.
No, they made it a lot easier for Enhanced Edition, if you can believe it, because he's still insanely hard in Enhanced Edition.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking how I beat it is because Imoen, I made her a mage. And so I was a mage, Imoen was a mage, and I had the Chaos Mage. So I cast Haste on my party. And then, know how his companions are slightly in front of him? You can cast Fireball off screen, and if you
just
hit
lure
them,
them over?
it aggroes them, it doesn't aggro him. And so I killed his companions, and even after that, he kept killing Minsk.
Yeah, no, he's very strong.
And so I feel ashamed of how I had to beat him.
And the floor's covered in traps that insta-kill you. Yeah.
No, I feel ashamed of how I had to beat him. I threw a bunch of spells onto Khalid. And I buffed every living hell of Khalid. And then I had Jahira stand next to Khalid and keep healing him. And that's how I had to beat him, is I had to have Khalid as a meat shield. And it felt wrong. It's like Minsk or Misha, like, being the main arbitrator of that victory. But no, it's Khalid.
I played Baldur's Gate 1 with like looking up everything. Like I had Dritz's gear. I killed Dritz for his gear, and I was playing as a cleric mage multiclass.
Yeah.
Which is the most XP intensive class in the game.
Well, so
But it gives you a lot of points.
I built my build to get two-handed swords. Sorry, long swords. And it's based on, I want the sword from Son of the Black Sword. And that's a two-handed sword you get in Baldur's Gate 2. So I planned my build from Baldur's Gate 1 to eventually get the Black Sword. That, like, a bunch of mythical swords are based off. It's a Viking sword.
Yeah.
And I want that sword. And it's impossible to get the best sword in the game, unfortunately.
That Viking sword, the myth says, when it is drawn, someone will die before it is sheathed.
Yep.
That seems liability. Check out this cool sword.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now, the best sword in the game.
it's a paladin sword.
Yes, I have it on a paladin. I have him in my party because of that sword, and it annoys me.
Can't you do the familiar duplication glitch to equip any weapon or something weird?
It's fixed in Enhanced Edition.
Oh. Can you use
No, so
Candlekeeper to edit its properties?
I could. Actually, so what happened is I chose my alignment so I could have the cat in number 1 as well.
Yeah.
And I was in the Dark Elf part of the map. And I pickpocketed all the Dark Elf gear off myself. Then I got to the surface and I left the Elven zone. But because of that addition, the gear still disintegrated.
Oh.
And so I used EE Keeper to spawn in Dark Elf gear that doesn't disintegrate and gave it to my party because I earned that. I suffered with having a bad alignment to get that cat so I could have Dark Elf gear for the build of having a fighter mage, because the whole build in later game is dependent on you getting Dark Elf armor, which lets casters wear full plate. That's my whole build was based around getting that eventually. It was taken from me. I was so annoyed. It's like, I want the +1 it's +1 splint mail Dark Elf armor. And you denied me.
Did you do the first game glitch where you drop your gear on the floor just before the game ends and then you pick it up? Or rather, when you start the second game, you drop your gear on the floor just before the screen goes black and then you pick it up?
Dragon Sphere eliminates that.
Oh.
And I played Dragon Sphere.
I just decided in the end, I was going to do it, then I was like, no, it's balanced around something, I'll play it properly. Because after I beat Durlog's Tower, the rest of Baldur's Gate 1 was way too easy.
Yeah, I had so much money, and then I did Dragon Sphere, and Dragon Sphere takes all your money.
Doesn't the sword from Durlog's Tower is really good. That's a two-handed sword.
Long swords is what I use, not two-handed.
Oh, okay.
And you lose all your gear, besides like some stuff, but yeah.
Except the pants.
Yeah. Those are also not worth finding.
You kidding? You get the super pants.
You get the super rainbow pants in Throne of Ball.
Well, you know, it just takes a bit of...
I was so disappointed. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have them.
The pants?
Yeah.
You have to carry them from Baldur's Gate, Throne of Ball, all the way to Baldur's Gate.
It would be really funny, actually, if it's just the only save compatibility out there. And it's like a hidden save compatibility. If you go into Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 3, you get to the city, and the hero of Baldur's Gate, which is a statue, like could be a statue of you, is standing there. If you did that, it's just wearing those pair of shorts, and you can take them off it.
Yeah, that would be fun. That'd actually be really fun if they did that. But, yeah, it'd be hard.
They chose a different canon than the official canon for the ending of Baldur's Gate 2 as well. Baldur's Gate 3 uses a different canon ending, which isn't a good one.
Well, don't tell me. I gotta play that game at some point. But the CRPGs are too big. Anyways, I gotta get a drink, so we should probably end.
Yes, let's end there. We've been at for 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be a short one today, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Ciao.